Alrighty, let's get going, eh? Boop. Yeah. Okay, so. G'day, g'day, g'day. Welcome, 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 one and all. Beautiful people of the world. Boop. Laysara has had another update. They supposedly only have one more till full release, which we're kind of looking forward to. The new update introduces new mechanic. The ability to build tunnels to sort of teleport goods around the mountain, somewhat. Rather than having issues with long-range yeeting. There is a new map. A new scenario map for checking out the new mechanic. So we'll have a go at it. A big and snowy mountain. Logistics here are a nightmare, but where there is a will, there's a way. Balanced. Rock, salt, gold. Import copper is a bit rough. Butter tea and ornaments. You may export ultra ice and incense. Which, if you've got rock crystal plus tree, I think gives us most of that, yeah. So incense is probably going to be a nice export. Anyway. What will we do? It's been a while since we played. Let's play on second highest. What a magnificent mountain! It's a perfect place to settle. Ah yes, I feel there is a lot of wisdom to be gained here. I am not convinced. What a surprise. But look, there are no copper deposits, and that's going to be a pain. I agree. Boop, let's up that volume a bit. Oh, have some faith. Yeah, that's about right. We won't let such a minor inconvenience stop us. That's the spirit. Let's get to it. Pause. Let's have a look. Start with, get many lowlanders bred. And what kind of mountain layout do we have? So we've got one entrance on a very small plateau, which goes to a medium. It's adjacent to some more low grounds, which goes directly up to a high. Okay. So we've got like low, 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 two mediums, one high. This should probably be our monk zone. On the other hand, it also has gold, gold, and salt. So there's going to be some competition for whether we shove our monks here or some high ground industries. And then over here we've got low ground, a medium, and another high. Ooh. Ooh, and there's a whole nother side of the mountain that you wouldn't be able to get to reasonably. Maybe you can build a bridge there. No, you just can't. Okay, so this mountain you literally cannot get from one area to the other without using the new tunnels. Sure. And so what does this side do? This side does salt, salt. Fish. But that's about it. So that doesn't feel like we're going to have issues with needing to move the salt from one side to the other, but maybe I'm underestimating that. The crystal only being on one side could be an issue. And what does this side look like? We've got a big low ground. And then an absolutely gargantuan medium ground with snow. And then a smaller, a very small really, medium ground, and then a mediumly small low ground. So this kind of is obvious for a... Can we make a cheese rolling competition? You can make... where are we? Food. You can make cheese. Yak cheese, but I don't know if you can roll it. Not that I know. That low ground can probably support all the people here. That said, getting to the gold mines first is kind of tempting. We're going to want to avoid that because of the snow. And the same with that big space. So yeah, I kind of like starting here. Is there an entrance nearby? There is. There's an entrance here. Now, there's no fish on this side. So the people... I mean, this is a good place to set something up before we know which people want fish, because they can change that on a map-by-map basis. So let's get a bridge. Let's assume that this snow will also be annoying to these guys, and so leave that space alone for a while. And instead work on these two spaces and these two spaces, leaving that and that alone. Which means we go up to the bridge. If this is maybe going to be monks, I should probably have this fairly close to this so that we can minimize double food moving. Or the counter-argument is you put the food production in the middle and it can somewhat go up to the monks one way and go to these guys the other. Which do I choose to buy into? Which theory? I mean, we're meant to be using the new tunnel thing, so let's assume that we want the tunnels to come out here. And make that food, then. Maybe that can be our, like, yak space. About there. I think that's right. It's been so long since we've played, I've somewhat forgotten our default layout. But it's something broadly like that. This needs to connect to here. Okay, and then we need some people, we need a tax office. I think I prefer that side. But it feels like I've made this side one too big. Tax office, we need some people. So basically everywhere except here and the outer edges there. So good so far. And And then what do our various classes of people want? Shove down a monk just for the sake of testing what they want. So what do we want this map? Peasants want food in bread. They super like cheese. They super like fish. They super like butter tea. They a little bit like honey. They a little bit like meat. They super like ale. They a little bit like cloth and kettles and decorations and perfume. They super like the Yak Guardian and the Mandala. And they a little bit like gong, summit temple, and incense. The advanced class like cheese. So cheese is double liked by both. It's a big cheese map. They semi-like bread. They semi-like fish. They super like meat. And they somewhat like butter tea. These guys super love utensils. They both super like ale. They super like tapestries. Not just basic textile, advanced tapestry. They like yak races, they like baths, and they like ornaments. There's a bit of competition here in that these ones like baths, but these guys like fish. So there's competition as to which ones you want to shove next to the river. Are there more than just that river? No. There's only really one river. So we're probably going to have to yeet fish around using the new tunnel system, I would guess. And then what do the monks want? Monks are willing to eat. They super like fish. They like eggs and bread and honey and smoked meat a little bit, and they super like tea. So everyone loves... Well, two of them love fish. They don't importantly like cheese. These are the only people that aren't cheese fanatics. They like butter lamps and perfumes at double. They like somewhat textile, somewhat tapestry, somewhat decoration. They ultra love science building. They ultra love mandala. They ultra love incense. And they little a bit like being in boxed in, praying place, yak guardian, and some... Actually, no, they don't seem to care about being boxed in. Really? Maybe they don't care about being boxed in on that map, on this map. Okay, finish that, and then this is going to become some wheat, we imagine. Something like that. And then how do we want to do this? Let's just go with that. We're on the low ground. So we only need a 4-to-1 ratio. We're not advanced enough tech-wise for the fancy yak feeders yet. We have to live with basic yak. moment that can live down here. In fact, that's one too many yak farm. Yeah, and here's our new building. Tech level 5. Allows you to send resources in and out of a tunnel system. It's the most efficient method of transporting long distances. Oh wow, this is now not basic? Or maybe I'm just misremembering that it used to be basic. Looks good so far. Everyone gets bread. Everyone gets bread. Everyone is happy with their bread. Issues. Need more basic workers. There was a shortcut key for this that I've since forgotten. Guess I'll just live with forgetting. Alright, that'll do. Let time pass and some money accumulate. Ha! You see these high zones? They're a perfect place to settle for my monks. And why is that? Do you want to look down on us? Like always? Ugh, you still don't understand anything. Monks gather their knowledge from their connection to the spirits. Up high, the spiritual presence is stronger, and the monks' prayers and research are more efficient. I'm right, aren't I? I was actually just thinking about the awesome views. But yes, whatever you said. Build 10 monks on a highland zone and provide them with road access. So I want to get up to here. Boop. We build an elevator. Uses up 1 yak. Monk space, you say? That also means moving the food is about to become a massive pain. What did you like again? You liked honey, wasn't it? No fish, eggs. Yeah, they kind of like honey. Eggs don't care where you make them, though. Okay, for the moment the snow isn't so powerful that this area gets destroyed by it, but it does look like eventually that would continue here. Maybe not the left-hand side of it. Speed up. Let some money accumulate. Only takes a minute. We don't have to grind for 8 hours of money. Done. So. How are we gonna do this? They're gonna need food. I don't like using this space for these guys when the industries kind of want to be here. But there was no choice, right? Because this was medium ground. So I guess we just have to toughen up Princess. And hope that we don't need that many monks up here for the mission. We move our existing Mr. Monk up here. Give them a tax office. That road being quite here is a bit... Can we move you one over for the sake of convenience? So yeah, I should have built that elevator slightly differently. And then this is one square off as well, so in an ideal world this whole thing would have been built one square further that way, but oh well. Maybe I put the little praying places and stuff there. We need some eggs for these guys. Yeah, I kind of like there. One more. One more. That means we need some more lowlanders, though, so... And some more artisans. There we go. Alright, it's time we provide our artisans with copper utensils. What, already? You said it yourself, it's going to be a difficult thing to do here. I don't care. If the monks can have their trances and views, or whatever, we want some basic goods. Stop arguing. I'm sure we can just import whatever we need. Do we have enough monks to advance to Tech 1? And if I did that, would everyone suddenly get grumpy? Actually, that fits kind of well there. Ka-chomp. Not perfectly, mind you. Ooh. There's too good. Alright, that gets us to Tech 1. Their demands are slightly higher, but no one is yet unhappy. Now, do we do another one of these over here? I'd have to move 2 of these. But that's certainly doable. How much do I care about that extra square there versus maybe putting a road here? Okay, we need a whole heap more monks for the second academy. The top edge makes the most sense. We need more eggs for the extra monks. Can do. That means we need a couple more artisans. That means we actually have run out of bread. Do we diversify up to second food type, or just make some more bread for the moment? Until we can have the advanced yaks, I don't really want to do cheese. So I think we'll just do some more bread here. It's a bit sad that you don't fit. Suppose you technically fit there. And these services would have trouble reaching that space anyway, so it's not like this space is good housing space. Beautiful. Far more food than we need. That says some more workers, though. Yeah, this whole space is fine for more. Beautiful. The taxman gets... Actually, it doesn't get this guy. There works, though. We need a couple more monks. And we need the extra yak building. Yak building on. Handful of extra monks. Done. Let money accumulate again. Does everyone get grumpy if we get to Tech 2? No, people still aren't grumpy. Excellent. The artisans do, however, because basic bread alone is not enough to keep them happy anymore. They now demand cheese, or a mandala, or a gong, or fish. One gong is probably fairly reasonable for keeping all these guys happy. If I moved that to here... Don't love that we'd need 2 of them. Still, it's easier than doing food. So we'll just do 2 gongs for the moment. We'll probably segregate the artisans away more later. Ooh, you guys don't actually get the education there. Do I need that road? I think technically no. It's very unusual for us to do it that way, but... What was it? It was like Alt or Control? There we go. Alright, and now all the monks are back in range of an academy. They're super happy. Unpause, let money re-aggregate. Get our artisans utensils. Do I actually care about that? I feel like I want to get my yaks going. That I want efficient yak. So that I could start making cheese. Because both of these super love cheese. I think that's a higher priority than what the mission is trying to tell me to do. So speed up, let money accrue, wait the minute or so that it takes for that to happen. Beautiful. Pause. Yak. How much hay is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 and 8 is 16. Normally I put the hay processing either at the very top or the very bottom. I don't love the idea of yeeting the hay around there. On the other hand, it fits almost suspiciously conveniently in here. Has someone hay high jokes? No. There have been no timeouts for that as of yet. 4 of these. It's a pity that one doesn't... Oh wow, that one fits though. They don't fit there. Big sad. We need 4. 1, 2... 3, 4 for the moment. And that means that you need to be on this side. And now it should all work. So, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. More yaks than we could ever need. So, scale back, turn off the inefficient yaks, and appreciate the gorgeous merging buildings. If you're the only one working, the others can also turn off. Lovely. Medium efficiency yaks. Next. Cheese, we said. We will attempt to make the super cheese. Needs 4 yaks per. We're about to need half as much bread. And we're about to need approximately 10 cheese. Which is only really 1 yak thing on the low ground, although then our wool production will be a bit pants. The good ratio is on the middle ground for these, where they produce a good ratio of both wool and milk. Because wool you want in multiples of 4. And for the cheese making you want it in multiples of 6. So it's like perfect. It's perfect for both of those on the middle ground. And then the ratios for either of the other extremes for the high or low ground are a bit awkward. You can have 3 milk to 1 wool on the low ground, and you can have 3 wool to 2 milk on the high. We said we needed a 2. Do you guys want cheese as well? You do not want any cheese. So I think it's time to add in the middle ground then. Can this come up here? Yes. We're going to need a yeeting station. For the hay. The hay? No, we won't. You're going to come up here then. You're going to help yeet the stuff back downstairs. What we do need is a cheese block. Yeah, Takahashi. This is kind of like Anno, but set on a Tibetan mountain. Broadly speaking, you have 3 classes of citizens. You provide them with different goods and services. If you provide them with different goods or services, you can upgrade their house to a higher level. A higher level house has more people in it. It has higher density. They pay better tax. The aim is broadly to build a super temple on the top of every map. And there are all sorts of different good production chains, and the different maps also will have different things that the different classes of citizens want and the different resources on them naturally, and different resources that you buy in from the outside market. There are the 4 types of people. Peasants, like craftsmen, the science class, and the yak workforce. And there's also tech gating. The science class unlocks higher techs. The others work real jobs, jobs that produce things. The monks also a little bit do incense and some services. So we're about to create a cheese block. It's a pretty calm, relaxing, nice game. The thing that I would say is its weakness is that once you have a block design that you like, unless the map specifically has weird small shapes or unusual resource layouts, you tend to just plonk down the same city design for where you put the people, and then it's just squeezing the resources in around where they fit. But that's also sort of a little bit of a personal failing in that there's no reason you couldn't do a new, beautiful, different city design every time. Just, I think the game could do a little bit more for trying to push you towards that. In my opinion. Okay, double Yak Shack. Double Textile. Sadly, another one of these won't fit. Yeah, that's actually kind of super awkward. Anyway, one of you feeds that, one of you feeds that, one of you feeds that, one of you feeds that. You can't because I haven't built your road yet, that's fair. And they will need a yeeting station. How do we want to do this? I suppose we could move you slightly. And we can move the yeeting station. We need a second yeeting station. And then you send the food downstairs. Okay. We no longer need anywhere near as much bread, so we can turn off the second bread. That does mean we have to change which of the yak producers we're using, though, else the hay doesn't happen. And we need slightly more artisans to make up for these extra yeeters, as well as the fact that we've got the wool running. We don't need the wool running at the moment, so let's turn off the wool ones. I wake up and choose a boring, same style approach. Yeah, it is partially that is partially on the player. At least I think. Okay, let time pass. Look at our new food distribution. It's happening. Do we want to start doing the gold mine? Could we? No, we'd need 2 more tech for that. So we'd need to push for the fancy monastery. In the privacy of the monastery, the monks delve into the nature of the universe. For some reason, they need painted pieces of wood in order so to do. And that would mean setting up cedar, herbs, the rock crushing, and a dye producer, which we can't do on this side because all of the crystals were on this side somewhere, weren't they? They're over here. It is technically possible to get the crystals across. But I think realistically the monks are going to move here. Eventually. Because it's right next to these crystals. Is there any reason for me to not do that right now? Not really, they're not getting any of the other foods from the other zone, right? They're living on eggs alone. Ancestors of painted Orn and modern sites. Yeah, I probably should have just built them here in the first place, but oh well. And then where's the nearest entrance for you? The nearest entrance is here. Okay. We move our monks to over here. Am I going to do it the lazy way or the efficient way? We can do it the lazy way, actually, because it's only one screen of vision. Oh, sorry. We can do it the efficient way because it's only one screen of vision. Right? Instead of having to go around, pick it up, around, drop it off, we can get a nice view that gets both and largely just plop them down. Now this time let's get the layout a bit more... Hail Laysara. How am I going to want this? Weirdly, I think I want the people up the back and the industry down here, so it's closer to the rock crushing. It looks like the way, yeah, they had to walk uphill both ways to school on these sorts of paths. Two, three, four. For the moment, we'll just be lazy and do it like that. That is a little awkward, but we'll see if we can manage. Okay, and then the rest of it? Looks pretty good. Tax office. That's awkward. We should move everything down one more square according to that. How much can I be bothered doing that? Yeah, I can be bothered doing that, I think. And then the actual houses. One more over. Can do. And how many more do you need? You don't actually need any. Yeah, if anything, we kind of like you being slightly closer. Okay, another quarter of the housing stock. Let's make sure the new eggs are doing their job. Check. Okay, that's everyone. Done. Monk Zone relocated. Everyone has... Well, actually, not quite everyone has education. You need to move. You need to move. You could go there. Then the food doesn't quite reach you. Well, we don't want people starving. Slightly more willing to put up with that. And now the only person is you. Technically we could do it if I moved the road. So you know what? The road can move. There. Now every single monk... Some of them are untaxed. 3 of them are untaxed, but everyone gets all the other services. They get food, we're happy. Go back over. We need slightly more yak. Turn on the next yak production. And then think about making crushed crystals so that we can get the next tier of tech building monastery. We need 6, which is unfortunately not how much one of these produces. You need a ratio of 3 of these is to 2 big fancy temples. So let's just assume that we're going to do 3. 3 of these needs 6 crystal. 6 crystal is 2 of these and change, which is... So 3 of you... 3 of you needs 8. 8 is 2 of these. Am I willing to yeet that down, or am I willing to ruin the ratio by putting them on the medium ground? I'm not putting them on the medium ground. They're twice as efficient on the high. So I guess these come up to the high ground as well. So 3 of you... which needs 3 of these when we're on the high ground. So that's the wood side of that done. The crystal was 2 of these, fortunately. And then we're going to have a little bit of spare dye. Yeah. 2 of you. 2 of you needs, unfortunately, 2 of these. Which then says more yaks, more lowlanders, more artisans. The yaks are easy. For the moment, we will turn back on the inefficient yaks. The artisans... we can just print out some more down here. We can have 1 more. And the lowlanders... we've kind of run out of lowlander space. So, do we just go broad, more shittier ones, or do we upgrade these lowlanders to level 2? For level 2, they would want a mandala, and basically only a mandala. One mandala there would work awfully well. Let's move you. Erase this little bit of road. And then we can supply the mandala up as well. Look at that. 3 rows of houses off the one mandala. You can now come here. Although that kind of makes this road now actively a little bit bad. Maybe we even move all of these over one. And erase that road. Does kind of get in the way of the taxman a little bit here, but we can live with that little bit of inefficiency. And the taxman also doesn't get that guy. Ah, you don't get food like this. Food is a big deal. Yeah, food is a big enough deal that we will move you. Alright, something like that. Then we start upgrading them. Boom, level 2. Boom, level 2. These two we might still get rid of. Suddenly upgraded people means need more food, because these houses hold twice and a bit as many people. Which means we need the second bread to turn on. Which means we need the second set of wheat farms. Done. Now the cheese is the one that's in short supply. How much extra cheese do we need? Only one extra cheese. I'm amazed that that reaches there, but it does. Ta-da, cheese shortage dealt with. Short cheeses. We can make some statues of baby cheeses. Remember to say your prayers to baby cheeses at night. Okay, these guys are now all happy at level 2. We've got a massive lowlander excess. For the moment, let's shove you guys there. You're not going to be there permanently. Why aren't you happy? You should have cheese here. Oh, the mandala doesn't quite reach that little extra bit. Well, technically we can do that. It does shorten the Mandala Road somewhat. You've lived in some god-awful places, but why are we settling on a mountain summit? Because we're Tibetan. The setting is Tibetan mountains. You know, why is Caesar 3 mostly set in Afro-Eurasia and not, say, Australia or North America? Because setting. Lack of imagination? Maybe they can't imagine migrating somewhere else, says Cal. Probably a bit of truth to that. Should we set up the third? I should set up the third wool while I'm here, because otherwise I'll forget to do it. So, third wool. There, you feed that, you feed there, but we turn you off because we don't need you yet. What would the Romans have thought of Australian fauna? I mean, they didn't mind the lizards and elephants. I'm sure they'll manage. Tasty? Yeah, honey ants are lovely. Honey ants are lovely. And rue is excellent meat. The majority of the world should be making rue rather than cow. Kangaroo is a much more efficient converter of grassland and lower quality grassland to meat than cows are. Not for milk. I'll give you that cow does better job of milk, but for meat, we should be using rue over cow pretty much the world over, and it would be just more efficient and better. Cows don't kick back. Yeah, I've gotten a nasty scratch as a little kid. Like petting zoo, going to pet some roos at a petting zoo, and it gave me a pretty nasty scratch across my face. Can they be domesticated? In what sense, Takahashi? Like, you can raise them and cull them just like you can cows. If a cow wants to go through a fence, Cal, it will. That's like... I don't really see that as a real... The same levels of fence are basically going to do both. Okay, let's not get further distracted. We added in the extra workers so that this can nominally function. We now need a local redistributor man. Crystal all goes into you. You redistribute it to these. These now need herbs. Will we need 2 herbs? We need 8. Yes, we'll need 2. There. Okay, and then we have all the crystal crushed crystal we conceivably want for these. We need a yeeting station. Shove the crushed crystal there. And now we need to work out how are we laying out these. Kind of looks like building all 3 of these up along this edge is maybe sane. Not quite. Oh, we can probably make that work with the road, but then I'm wasting this space a bit, so I'd rather go back to the way we were. That looks good. Suddenly, massive deficit of monks, which is fair. We can turn off... Actually, we can't turn this off, because then we'll lose our advanced tech. But I only really need to run one of these to begin with. So... you feed that one, you feed that one, you feed that one. Yeeting station, yeet to there. Beautiful. And then we replace you with an advanced one. And as for where this lives, we can pretend that there is a good place. Advanced education building is slightly too far away from this. We move it to the other side of the road. It's suddenly in range. That should do. We're short 33 monks. How much stuff do they want to level up, or should we just go wide? They would like... No, they would demand another food, which I'm not really ultra willing to give them. I suppose we could do bees. Memory is bees work well on the medium ground. Yes, so we could add some bees here. And then eat the bees up. And then... Then they would like to be enclosed by walls. Walls plus a mandala, or walls plus a praying place would be enough. Probably just mandala and praying place, if we're being honest. Unfortunately, mandala doesn't really fit neatly. We could do 2 mandalas. We could do one on either side. That is actually kind of cute there. But I think we'll just go wide to start with, because we're perilously low on money, and if we run out, life is unpleasant. So we'll just go wide to start with. Yeah. Little bit more. There. Monk shortage addressed. Now they need slightly more eggs, which is certainly doable. Or if we add in that second type of food, they wouldn't need as much eggs. So all the more reason to add in the bees. It doesn't fit there neatly. Then sadly they will need a eating station to get up the hill. And then we can get rid of one of the eggs. Turn off one of the eggs. We can turn off... No, if I actually turn off one more egg, then we're slightly short, right? Yeah, we're slightly short. So we leave it like that. We need a couple more artisans to power that new yeeting station. I mean, you're not going to ride a roo like a horse, Takahashi, so you're not going to domesticate it in that sense. What would they like? Or do we start segregating them off into their own zone? No, we'll just go wide with them for a bit longer. There. So we're only short 1 monk. Time speed up, let money accrue, and look, over the course of about 1 minute, as much money as we can possibly hold a cruise. We don't have to wait 8 hours of grinding for money. Nicely paced. We haven't built in the way of the snowfall, so we're safe from the avalanche. Okay. No, that's just them being little whiny bitches about the snowfall. Wow, wow, it's snowing and there's an avalanche. We suddenly want a gong. Get over it. Getting these up to the next level is the important thing to do at the moment. So... Mandala and Praying Place. We said that we liked the idea of the central mandala. Needs slightly more bees. As the population densifies. Second mandala. Also, you can turn off now. You can turn on. We move you out of the way so that we aren't worried about you getting in the way of everything. Upgrade what we can. That means we need slightly more honey and slightly more eggs. You wish you had access to your own gong? Gong! So who isn't in range of these two? Everyone is in range of these two. You are just complaining about amount of food that's possible to supply. You need to back up one so that we can rebuild that bit of road. Get the lazy neighbors going at 5 o'clock. Oh god, no. You mean PM, right? 5 PM. Get that last egg back online. They need ever so slightly more honey. I think I can live without that. Or we could upgrade a couple more and provide the extra honey. Okay, the monks are super leveled up. That means we have enough monks to run the excess of this. You feed that as well, but you need your own yeeted crushed dye. And now that should be full. Yeah. Now, are we going to build a redistributor so that we could run 2 of these? I don't think we run 2 yet, because the higher tech you get, the more demanding everyone gets suddenly. Or I could run 2, but turn off the second bad academy. Yeah, let's see if we can turn off the bad academy. So... that means this also needs to yeet up to the unused one. You need to turn on. That needs to turn on. We need to make a redistributor for you. And a second academy. It's a pity that it doesn't fit there. I'd really love it to fit there and have 2 right next to each other. Although I also like the idea of putting it here. Sure. And that way we could even get away without using a long-range eating station. Maybe. I suspect yes, that once we build this road... Well, that means you now need to move. Can you move one over? Yeah, I know. It's made them lose access. That's fine. These are all going to move one over. Because for tax purposes, we need this road again, I think. But then these can go to here. Yeah. That means the local eating station can be there. And now then, rather than feeding into the things directly, you now feed there. You now feed there. You feed that. You feed that. You feed... Oh, wrong building. My bad. You feed that. You feed this. There we go. And now tech will go up even more. Unpause, let tech go up. Tech 5. And then suddenly people have gotten more picky about what they want. All the artisans demand socialized subsidies because our tech level is so high that they want extra stuff. So, do I... I guess we have to start providing it to them. What do they want? They absolutely demand a good. It can't be more food and it can't be more religion. So it could be beer. It could be yak races and washing. Beer feels the most reasonable. Especially because the peasants super love beer as well. So maybe we add a beer down here. We could move our inefficient yaks. The inefficient yaks can now live over here because it's thematically appropriate for them to live near where they're milked. Beer. Beer means we need a tavern. Where will we shove Mr. Tavern? I want to say here. Yeah, it's too hard to argue with that space, even if we need to move the gongs. And these all need to move over one. the right-hand side will at least have in access. But that means we need to actually supply beer. So... and how much do we need? We need only one brewery's worth. At least for the moment. How far away can it be and still touch? It could be there. And then you need 3 wheat farms. Pretty neatly fits there. It does waste a little bit of space down there. Maybe we move that later. 1, 2, 3. Now you just need a little bit of charcoal. How much charcoal? 3. So half of one of these, which is just 1 wood, 1 charcoal burner. Fits suspiciously conveniently there, as does this. This goes there, this goes there. Dun 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 dun! They no longer complain about not having adequate goods, at least until we upgrade them and there's suddenly a massive increase in the number of artisans. Slightly more cheese, you say? Can be done. So another cheesemaker. What? Oh, I need the... Yeah, my bad. I'm trying to send the milk. There we go. Where are we going to find the space for the extra textiles later? Who knows? Because we can have another matching textiles with that. There's maybe a case then to be made for... moving you then, so that we can fit that extra textiles in. Not that we're using them yet, so it can stay turned off, but now this is still all 1-to-1 ratio on everything. You are not in range of food. So maybe it's time to start thinking about upgrading the roads of this area for extra range on service provision. Let's go up to mediumly good roads. Along there. That still doesn't quite get food to here. I'll go 2 tiles that way. Which means that 2 tiles this way lets us shove in some more artisans there. Good. You're lacking gong. I swapped these 2 around. Now you're lacking gong. And that also tips us over a bread point. You know what? I think we just kill that. You're more trouble than you're worth. At least for the moment. And the same with you. The peasants that are eating beer should probably be caused to move away from the range of where they can eat beer. So maybe even move this to over here. That does mean that getting the beer there is now a problem. Let's just look at how bad it would be once we add in the road. And only basic road, thank you. No ultra fancy road. No, I prefer you where you were. Stay there. Maybe I just move these guys across to this edge a bit. And honestly, if we get rid of one of the peasants, then we're perfect. There. Beautiful. Unpause. Turn on the final yak. Production, we need them. Tech 7. Gong access provided. Back to the main quest line, which says give the artisans... you don't actually want to exist. Give the artisans some utensils. Which means importing them from off-map, or at least importing the copper. Where are we gonna shove our production? And should we start mining gold for the sake of making some extra money? You don't actually hurt anything of importance. We've got the tech for gold now. Something like that. Get rid of the old monk roads. We'll make new roads, better roads. So 4 gold. How much of a treasury does each one of these do? Each one of these is 2 mints. So 4 mints. We'll need a local redistributor. So both these golds feed into the local redistributor, and the local redistributor splits it up neatly. That then says we need a spectacular number of extra yaks. The mints just gobble up the yak workforce. I could see turning this space into a nice yak zone. We would need to block off the incoming snow. So we'd need a snow protection thing here, but the bottom area could totally be more yaks. Yeah, both of these spaces say don't use me because of the snow. We could also shove it down here. But realistically, this probably wants to be other food diversity for when we're trying to level up these guys more later. I think that's what we want to put there. We don't want to use that or that for the same reason of snow. The monks don't want beer, right? Yeah, the monks don't want beer. So snow barrier here would be creating wood that is not ultra useful. Then maybe we push it up here, and this can be beer and honey for these guys. Diversify their food a third way. Frustratingly, the artisans don't actually want honey. Both of these would prefer fish. But that probably still is helpful, because the thing we were running out of here was wheat. So diversifying half of this zone's food is still useful. Yeah. Let's connect up to there. And then this stuff has got to move. So unfortunately, this means that that little bit of space there is probably wasted no matter what we do. And I should let our money recover before I do that. So, come back here, unpause. We will turn off some of the mints so that we aren't overusing our yaks. Turn on the inefficient yaks. Are there any disasters? Yeti raids? No. The snowfall is this game's disaster. These things, the avalanches, periodically drop snow in the snow zones. You have to either block them off with things like trees and snow barriers, clean them up with Mr. Plows. And there's also stomping things that can trigger them to be like many small avalanche rather than lots of big ones. Snow is a disaster, just like real life, Cal. Snow is a disaster. Yes. Precisely like real life. Speed up. Only took, what? Half a minute of talking for our money to recover. Here we go. Avalanches have gotten stronger. So now these are level 2 avalanche, which means you'd need more than just basic tree barrier. Tree barrier only does 1 level of avalanche protection. So we'd also need, like, this kind of avalanche barrier. Or else the avalanche auto-inducer. to level it back down to level 1. So we could, like, shove this here, level that back down to level 1, and then the foresters would work. Or we could just Mr. Plow it away whenever it happens. What approach do I want to take? I like the idea of moving the beer up here. Is there anything else that we're going to be using our logs for? Arguably butter lamps. And this area could do even more butter production. Although realistically we're super overproducing wool if we add more butter there. If anything, I should kind of move this down to one of the low grounds and accept that our wool output ratio goes down, but our butter ratio goes up. Would the monks like that? I can probably justify doing that and using the new teleport system thing. The tunnels, if these guys would like some. They definitely would like the butter lamps. And butter tea. You should drink your butter when it's piping hot. Well, I think it's like tea with butter in it. It's basically milk tea. So this becomes butter. And then up here, we eat some to do the butter tea. It's equal parts butter and strong black tea. Tea, butter, strong. Yeah, let's move this up. So, first thing, wood barrier. Maybe slightly further over. It puts meat on your bones. Unfortunately, this makes for weird space use. And it looks like that doesn't quite work for lining them up. So that works. What about one more square up? That works. Okay. That looks like it's going to protect us from the avalanche. At least somewhat. Giving these guys... They demand more food. Food and yak guardians would go a long way. If we move the beer up here, there's probably enough spare hay to make the extra yaks for that. Do we need a higher tech for the yak guardians? No, the Yak Guardian could go now. Do the artisans like Yak Guardians? The artisans couldn't care less. I'm kind of interested by what happens if I put it here. And also there. Let's move you. That might be enough if these moved and had a road here. How's the update? We haven't gotten up to the new thing for this update yet. We've only just got the tech. So far it's just a normal map. Yeah, there we go. That does now reach everything. And what does that need? That needs 11 monks, which we have, and 8 yak. Yep, we could do 8 yaks. So let's move the beer. Yeah, I've broken the beer production chain, I understand. It's a horror. Beer production chain destroyed. Move these up here as well. Do it in bits because it's faster. But we're almost at the stage of using the new thing, Decoy. The new thing are essentially teleport tunnels. So that instead of needing to use artisans to yeet things all the way around the mountain, you have a little artisan station that drills into the one part of the mountain and it can teleport goods out to other mountain exit, tunnel exit things. High upfront cost, but lower transport cost than moving them all the way around. So what else is broken about this? You 3 feed that. That now needs to feed a eating station. And then the eating station feeds the brewery, or feeds the inn. What else is broken? We need more wood. So build this avalanche protection tree road. Doesn't quite reach you anymore? Well, you could move there happily. There we go. Except that now that this is up here, it isn't as efficient at producing the wheat, so we need an extra. Which is slightly awkward, but oh well. Okay, and then at this stage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How many extra efficient yak things is that? That is 3 of these. They need some road. Okay, you guys will... They will need a local redistributor, else it's way too inefficient. So... all the hay goes into the local redistributor. Then the local redistributor gives it to the drying stations, and then the drying stations feed the yak provision buildings. That means we can turn on the mints again, because we now definitely have enough yaks. But that means we have a shortage of normal artisan and worker. Turn back off 2 of them. Normal worker. That kind of says we kind of need to start splitting off either the artisans or level these guys up more, which we were doing by Yak Guardian, which, now that we have that extra yaks, can go here. That needs 1 more monk, in theory. What's your issue, friend? Your issue is the mandala doesn't reach you. So we go up to some medium roads here as well. Done. Now we need slightly more eggs, but that's a tiny fraction. I can live with that person having egg subsidies. Transport path invalid. Really? This goes to you, that goes to you, that goes to you. You go to that. I don't know why you think that's invalid. Oh, because this one. Yeah, that one can't reach there. Okay. All fixed. Yeah. Okay, so Yak Guardians provided. These guys would also like Gong and Incense. I'm much happier doing Gong than Incense. Gong doesn't need a service chain. It only needs some monks. And then... probably Honey. Honey is fairly easy. And we wanted to do Honey anyway because that was going to diversify this food here. And Honey works well here. It would also work well here. We were thinking about moving this down here so that the butter ratio was going to go higher. Also, this doesn't need to be turned on now that we have the efficient ones. They can come and live here for the moment. So, do we move that and turn this into honey? Move that down here. As well as build our gonging thing that makes these not as powerful. Wonder if we can get that to do 2 at once. No. You can't get this in range of both of them at the same time. What about both of these ones? Actually, that one's up too high. Oh no, I lie. There was one square here that looked like it did it. Ah, it's in the mountain. It would work if you could build this in the mountain, but no such. Okay. So this one is just always going to be super unpleasant to use there. This one we can fix if we wanted to, just like this one. Do we build our gong thing? I have the yaks. I don't really have the artisans. But if I don't, this is going to become a problem. Yeah, I need to bite the bullet and pay this cost. Oh, no. Basic road only, thank you. Okay. Between that and the forest, that should be fine. Slightly short on normal workers, slightly short on artisans. We wanted to add in honey. I don't think we use there. That's probably going to need to be more beer at some stage. We probably do use here, which means we move this down to the low ground. Which is going to break everything temporarily. And also we won't need as many wool things because there just won't be as much wool production. So that can probably stay here. In fact, to begin with, let's just leave the wool out of this until we've gotten the cheese component set up. Alright. Now the way I usually like to do this is have these in the middle, the wool off to one side and the cheese to the other. It should probably be wool off to this side, these in the middle-ish here, and then the cheese is sort of there. So let's... Yeah, everything's briefly disconnected. I know. There, fixed. The wool will go over there eventually, but for the moment you are turned off. And then the cheeses. I'm actually kind of okay with you being there. Now, this actually changes because the ratios are no longer proper. Instead, we need a local redistributor. All of the everything. In terms of butter, goes to the local redistributor. Well, milk. And then the milk can power 6 butterers. 1, 2, 3, 4... Sorry, 6 cheeses. 5, 6. Can you reach all of them? You can. Fantastic. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now these are complaining that they can't reach the cheese eater, which we move to here. And we make sure all of them know they touch this. And then you need to yeet cheese to here. Beautiful, we have a surplus. And then on this side we can do the wool. So grab 2 wool things. And then it's 1, 2, 1, 2. You live there. And in theory that works if we wanted wool. Okay. Which frees up space up here for the honey. We're just gonna erase you, erase you. Think about how we put the honey. Like that. Murder some of the road. We'll need a yeeting station. Honey, 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 honey. You will need a road. And then you yeet this down here. Beautiful. That has fixed our slight deficit of cheese and bread for the lowlanders. Now they just need gong, and they would go up to level 3. At least some of them would. The ones in range of the beer. So do we make second beer? It's actually kind of surprising that that doesn't reach further this way. Let's look at putting the beer in the dead middle. Nah, even then it doesn't reach everything. Back how you were. Maybe even move these all over one. So that this road can just be straight. I don't know what we put here. Yeah, if I move the gong there, then it gets out of range of you. But we could put... What's wrong with you? You claim the bread doesn't get here now. Ah, because that was getting here based off this corner. I mean, I could move you to here. But then these don't reach you. What if we... Can we get a nice medium point? Not really. I don't want to have to use a fancy eating station. Fine, you can just go on that edge. I was thinking of putting more peasants here, but... Especially because the mandala doesn't reach over there. Maybe this just has to be more artisans there. There. And now the lowlanders. So... Gong. Oh, gong is pretty easy. Probably there and there, if I had to guess. actually, even just that one does pretty much all of them. So now what's your issue? The ones that are getting beer only need one more thing. Decoration? We could definitely add in some decoration. So like this could become topiary. And yet now you say you want one more thing. Maybe we need an unpause? No. Are you just being silly? Because these two should be the same, right? No, it's that they super duper need a food. They don't like all the services I'm giving them as opposed to a food. Okay. What food do you want? You will accept meat, butter tea, and fish. Well, we just massively increased our butter output. We aren't using anywhere near this much cheese. Could we do butter tea? We would need salt. And salt is the other side of the mountain? No, salt is up here. We could do salt. Let's turn off the ones that we aren't using. So we don't need 2 of these at the moment. Which probably means we don't need 1 of these. Which honestly isn't saving us as much of the workforce as I would have imagined. Shove down a couple more temporary crappy workers. So that we're still making money. Maybe even like 2 more down here. There. 1 more temporary artisan. You don't get food. What if we shove you here? What if we shove you here? Beautiful. We're short 1 monk. Done. Unpause. Let money re-agglomerate. Hail FGs. Welcome FGs. Thank you. Welcome Raiders. I hope you had a nice time with a zombie dino crisis. Although that's hard to imagine being true. Ooh, we can test if our... No, because it's not the avalanche where we were trying to do it. Can we trigger one now? No, we can't. It's better than 6. Speed up, let money fully reaccumulate, which is all that it needed to be. Money is fully back, pause. Let's add in the salt. The salt mine. How many salt mines to a butter tea thing? 4? Eating station. Which also kind of means that maybe we should do some meat, because we're going to have 4 spare... Well, it depends on if we provide you with butter tea, how much butter tea you eat. So let's just add in the butter tea and look at how much they're going to use. We might not have as much spare salt as I'm imagining. We will need a herbalist, which conveniently fits there. Butter tea thing. It will need a yeeting station. So you yeet the salt down to there. You feed the butter to there. What's gone wrong there? Feed the butter to that. Oh, it needs butter, not milk. Okay, medium step. There's a middle step that I've forgotten because I'm an idiot. This. You feed that, he feeds you. Except that means we need to turn on the extra milk production. Done. You feed that. You feed that. You feed... Now, is this our first good, or is it a food? No, it is a food, so we don't need an Amazon distribution center. We need, in theory, 3 of these, which is a bit more than I was planning. Well then, 3 it is. Oh, wrong kind of road. No, we don't need the fancy road for these. Basic road. 2. You could actually swap with the other thing. So that this can go here. And be in range of the source. But now there's not enough milk. You over here. Fit another yak shack. Okay, but that means we're short on yak again. Turn on our inefficient yak. Even that's not enough. Unfortunately, the ratio isn't 1-to-1 for these. So we kind of need a local redistributor man. And then you feed that. Do you use more or less workers than a local redistributor? Okay, so it's worker efficient to just have an extra herbalist. But if I'm going to do 3 of them, then it's either 3 herbalists or 2 herbalists and a thing. So 3 herbalists is still winning. In terms of worker efficiency. It's not space more efficient, but it is worker more efficient. We need 2 more of that thing. One, 2. You need to supply that. You need to supply that. You need to supply the eventual yeeting station. Apparently pure tea is the best to make butter tea, and it's your favorite tea. You always have a big stock of it. You'll try butter tea tomorrow. If it's bad, you'll get to blame me. I'm not advocating for drinking butter tea. Merely noting that it exists and that our people want it. Salt down to there. Salt down to there. Is 2 enough? 2 is enough now. So I don't need the third one. Which means I don't need the third one of these. 1, 2... Which one is the one that's... You're feeding that one, you're feeding that one. So it must be this one. Table butter isn't a great idea for butter tea. Not even if you add a pile of salt. I can't imagine salt in tea makes tea better. Okay. These guys are now happy. Level up. But still not enough workers. Really? Salt makes milk tea better? I'm just surprised. It felt like I clicked all those level ups and it didn't actually... Oh, no, it's massively fixed my lowlanders. It hasn't fixed my... I'm an idiot. It hasn't fixed my artisans. Exclamation mark idiot. I deserve it. Okay, we've fixed our lowlanders. We haven't fixed our artisans. But if I add in more artisans... Thank you, Fry Heights. We're going to need more food. So has the time finally come to segregate the artisans away? The time might finally have come to segregate the artisans away. We can probably fix some of that by turning off... No, I was going to say turning off more of the mints, but we're not running all the mints. Yeah, then there's not a lot more to do there. Aside from try to get them fish. But fish is gonna need even more artisans. So we need a separate artisan zone now. Who wanted water? Because that will determine which one we move. I think they both wanted water in different ways, didn't they? One wanted baths, and the other wanted... No, the artisans are the ones that want water. So they should all come over this side. Yeah, the trouble is it's also right next to a snow thing. So maybe this becomes artisan zone, which is rough because it's also a good food zone. It's low ground. Imagine how much work it is to bring river fish to Tibet. For the poor fish, imagine swimming all the way up this mountainside. Good lord. Supposedly their ancestral spawning grounds are here, right? If we're fishing this for fish, the fish must go all the way up here. Pond fish? Okay. Maybe I leave these here and just make a second artisan zone for the moment. The fact that we can only put the fishing on the river kind of means that it's river fish to me rather than cultivated fish. But whatever. We're saying that this is probably food and little else. This probably then is where the people live. The trouble is going to be this snow cap. Or we could use this huge space and just move the food slightly further or accept slightly less efficient wheat production. Honestly, given that we need a lot more yaks for running the mints as well, that's probably not the worst thing to do. So maybe this is it. This is all going to be artisans. You probably infect that bit, but not this bit. So we do here to start with. But then where is the food going to come from? That infects here, you infect here. Quite possibly all the way down to the low ground there as well. No, Jifbur, we haven't made any tunnels yet. We have the we have only fairly recently gotten the tunnel tech. The tech level required for the new tunnels, these things. After we make this extra artisan zone, I think we can start using the tunnels. So, but I want them to be here because I want them to be able to get baths. How much do I need the baths to keep you fully happy, I guess becomes the question. $17. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9 utensils, 10, 11 perfume, 13, 14 tapestry, 15 maybe yak races, 16 a mandala, 17 fish. It looks like maybe I could live without giving them baths. The baths only being worth 1 kind of disincentivizes me wanting to give them those baths. And makes all the more convenient using that space rather than trying to squeeze them in here. Or here. Yeah, I think we give up on baths. Here. That means this needs access to the lowlands. We need a stairway. Probably this way, because it's nearest the fish. That looks pretty good. Maybe slightly further when we accept that eventually it's going to have nicer roads. We definitely have spare lowlanders, so we can block this off with lowlander tree stuff. And that way this zone could create its own beer as well. And we will want the trees for butter lamps for these guys, additionally. Is that probably that whole space? Maybe one more. Like that. There. Okay. Next. Shove down artisans. Road. Road. Road expansion. Road expansion. Road expansion. Road expansion. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one, no, because this one has the taxman. But let's actually start shoving down the houses first. And then they say, wow, wow, we don't have anything. Boy. That's a lot of stuff to get set up straight away, so what we can do... How much do they need before they stop whinging at the moment? Even 5 is enough, so maybe just the basic foods will be enough. So new basic food here. What do you eat? You will accept cheese, bread, fish. We kind of do want to set up the fish. But I also don't, because that means I need to protect from that. So no, we'll protect from this one. We'll use this one for bread and cheese. Beautiful. It's a pity that these don't fit the other side of that. We can make that work, though, because let's assume that we have 2 sets of these. Then the next one's road could be to here. Okay. Off, 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 off. You all feed this. So do you. Then you need a yeeting station. And then you need to feed here. Lovely. Cheese. And hopefully we get it done before it bankrupts us. We don't have a lot of treasury left to work with. That's so tempting, but it doesn't quite work. That does. Yak Enthusiast! New achievement unlocked. Have a 100 yak population. Okay. Yak shortage solved. We needed butter for you. No, cheese, sorry. We needed cheese for you. Still not enough, but we are out of money. And it's not really possible to give these guys this. I can give them Gong. Gong is about the only one we could actually do. And I suppose they do need tax office. Nah. Now we're so negative I can't even build more housing. But now this is at risk of dying. Oh, good lord. Ah, because that suddenly takes us to having negative yaks. That helps. Which means you can help. They're bloody close. Is there absolutely anything we can do without? We can do without two of you. Which then means we could erase one of you. That's actually decreased our tax base more than it's increased my not having enough butter tea problem. I might have to move these over to here for the moment, unfortunately. Yeah, that does work. It's bloody tedious. Okay. And then you know what? You all get erased until we can actually supply enough stuff here. Let money recover. Even while paying our massive not enough workers penalty. Then we can start this up. So, full speed. Good enough, hopefully. Turn these on. Turn you on, turn you on. Now why you two? You two don't think that you're sending the hay? And you don't think you're sending the other thing either, so actually you can turn off. That's all good. That's the yaks. We need the yaks for this. That is now cheese. No demand, you say. Then we say, have some people. Then the people say, we want more stuff. Like extra beer. Actually, beer would go a really long way. But let's do the tax office first. Tax office. Are we going to do the inns on either end, or are we going to do the inns in the middle? For the moment, in the middle. But probably the other middle. Okay, you therefore need our beer stuff. I don't like that that's not quite... No, we'll probably yeet it there. Even if we need a little yeeting station. So 4 of these. You, because you fix the beer issue. Or at least the charcoal component of it. Charcoal. The grain. Tiny reheating station. Done. They're almost happy. One of anything would make them happy, so gong. Okay. Shove down as many as we can fit. Should really be building them on this side. Which means the gong is kind of in the wrong place. No, the gong should now be this end of the street. And we will want 2 of them. Or we'll want this to connect up here. Something like that. And that actually means we could do without the eating station, actually. This could now just go straight here. Do you want praying spots? Sadly, you do not want praying spots. You can still double the number of people here based on cheese, and double the number of people based on bread, and quadruple the number of people based on beer. Let's build medium roads around this. So that the inn gets just slightly further. Oh, wrong kind of road. And then maybe we can get away with 1 gong here for the moment. Yes, if I cheese the roads by doing that and that, which I'm not above doing. Okay. That means we could also have there. If we extend the nice road maybe 3 tiles here, it will reach these 2. 4 tiles. 5 tiles. 5 tiles is a bit luxurious, but I guess we'll do it. Okay, that gives us a massive artisan bonus. We kind of need more yaks again, though. This could run 3 of these, which actually, you can probably do the same. Yeah, you could run another one of these as well. No, it doesn't need to be fancy road. You can be crappy road. Yes, and then you need another yak breeder. Done. That means we have enough to run the gold mints that we were before turning off for lack of people. Cha-ching! Slightly more monks, slightly more normal people. Well, the normal people we fix by moving these guys over to there and making this only lowlander. So Start erasing these artisans, basically. Beautiful. Slight butter tea deficiency. Which means we turn this one on. This one is lacking its herb. We turn its herb on. This one is lacking its butter. We will need more butter production. Yes. No, we'll need more milk production, sorry. Milk. Unfortunately, the ratio isn't a good ratio. Like, trying to turn on one more of these needs 2 butters. I don't think there's a good way around that. Yeah, let's just boost up the artisans here, block this off, add in fishing, and give both sides the fishing with the new tunnels. But first, let's make our monks not slightly deficit. So... no food is a little bit much. What's your issue? You say you don't have a praying place, or you aren't boxed in, and you don't have access to education. I am willing to extend the nice road to there. That doesn't quite do enough. We could just add in a tiny little praying place. And that would shut them up. That'll do. What have these ones got that you don't? Food. Which is weird, because there should be enough honey for everyone. Why are you claiming you don't have honey? We have excess honey. The food nominally reaches here. Yeah, surplus honey. Surplus honey. Let's unpause for a sec. Maybe it's just being silly. I mean, I can add in one more egg. It's not the end of the world to add in one more egg. Where will we add in the one more egg? Here. There we go. Now it's happy and it accepts it has honey and egg. Good. Then it was chonk this out with so many artisans, so we can delete the other artisan area. Eventually this wants to be an Amazon distribution center. Even if we aren't using it yet, the rest of that space can be people. Taxman even touches everything. What aren't you getting that you do want? You want gong. Sure, we can give you your own gong. Now it needs more food. Both kinds of food. Both kinds of food. So another bit of this. Let time pass a bit and money fill up while we're chomping this out. The extra bit of food. So cheese. 1, 2. 1, 2. You feed that. You feed that. You and you feed that. Then for bread. Another bread. 1, 2, 3, 4. All 6 of you need to feed the new mill. Turn these 2 on. The mill feeds you. You feed up here. We have easily excess wheat. So we can fill in even more of this. Oh. Our avalanche did not do enough. We're going to need to Mr. Plow this away and build a Dongus Bell thing. Really? That's not near enough? Well, we also know now that this one isn't super needed. So go over there and turn off. If the bell thing can go there happily... which it can. Can it? Am I lying? No, it can. There. But not the fancy road. It only needs to be normal road. We need to Mr. Plow this away. So... temporary Mr. Plow. Mr. Plow fixes this, and then in the future the fact that the bell is here fixes this. We wanted even more people here. What is the limiting factor? We can have some more there. Fine. A lot of money is getting paid at the moment to deal with the Mr. Plow situation, and we also need more new yaks to deal with the new butter, or the new cheese, which means these should now feed into you, and you. We can have like double the amount of these here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Kind of want to do it there, but realistically it should be there. There, yak penalty eliminated. Now it's just some more normal people, but normal people, our solution is kill off the artisans from this zone. Replace them with normal people. Beautiful. Avalanches go up to power 3. That's actually a real problem. Because that means we need another level of avalanche protection here. Or else we just live with the fact that we're going to be periodically Mr. Plowing some of this. Yeah, that's rough. I was really hoping we would have more time at Avalanche level 2. Oh well. Anyway, money is full. We need to eliminate some more artisans over here. Replace them with normal people. And then that means we now need to fix some food issues. We need more honey. And we definitely need the extra butter tea thing. Even though we said it's going to be unpleasant to do. Maybe I just live with subsidizing some of that. We can do the honey, though. The honey is easy enough. Just boop. Yeah, now it's only the butter tea. You, however, need some more milk. The milk is not easily able to reach you. Giving you your own yak shack is a bit much. So how can we rearrange this? There's no reason this needs to be at this end. This could happily be at this end. Like that? Almost. It's only one square off. The answer is then you, and that thing swaps somehow, right? So that comes here, and that just means that we swap there. That looks correct. You now send to this, and this. Let's reset it. You send to... Ah, no, it's the other way. All three of those are sending to you. And then you are sending to that, that, and that. Those three are sending to here. Still off by one. So we flip you and this. We flip you and that. Or even put it there. Yeah, then those three can definitely reach you. These two need to swap. There. But it's still off by one for that one. I think I just have to live with having a little bit of extra nice road. There. Even more extra nice road. There we go. So now I've got two full ones and one that's producing at a third, which is slightly wasteful, but oh well. This needs a little road connection for you. It doesn't need to be the fancy road. And then you eat that down here. And now we're only the tiniest little bit short. That's fine. Kill off more of the artisans, move them over to the other side. Your issue is no gong? If I had to guess, yes. Everything has full reach there. Now the issue is we need more beer. That is awkward fixing that like that. But it does technically work. Let's change this road here a little bit. Like that. That way we can fit another charcoal maker in. Or else a split upper. Make our extra beer. Try putting it there. The question is whether, even with a chaining station, this would be able to get where we need it, but we can only try. Yes, it can. Okay, so that no longer feeds the brewery directly. It goes to a redistribution center, and then that splits the charcoal in half for each brewery. You get this grain. And then you cannot reach there all by yourself. Big sad. What if we moved you up to there? Then you're still one square off. Well, we can cheese it by adding in a road there. Now it all works. There. And now there's easily enough beer, even if we super juice the population here even more. Which we do need to do. So can have some there. Can have some here. Food doesn't quite get that far. Fair enough. What's your issue? Your issue is gong, which I can accept. Okay, beer isn't going to reach all the way over here. So do we make second in? Or do we provide yak races? Oh wow, feels like they've juiced up the range on this. I kind of want to just put it there. But it is an awkward size. Maybe there. There is probably best. Yeah. Okay. That means we need even more, though. If we remove you, how does our gong coverage look? And then your issue is now beer. We will accept the fanciest of paved roads along the length of here. And at least up to the Yak Coliseum. Yeah, then the beer gets somewhat further. Is there any reason this road has to exist? The Yak Dome? The Yak Dome. That road does not need to exist as far as I'm concerned. Oh god, no, that doesn't need to be ultra fancy road. No, 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 no. Basic road. Basic road. But then we can kill off that bit. And have another couple... You. Okay, food doesn't get that far. Fine. That's the limit of where you go. What aren't you two getting? Probably the beer? Yes, the beer. What about that square? That square works. What about over here? What aren't you guys getting? Also the beer. The beer does get there and... There, though? No, only that one. So do I buy even more fancier road to extend the beer to here? I think I could move this and flip where this road is. Right, I think we could do that. Move that into the middle. And then have basic road there. But now it's slightly too far away from this. We might just have to live with needing a re-eating station. Yeah, I think we just have to live with needing a re-eating station. Can I get away with it being a baby one? Yes, yes I can. There. It could even be slightly further. Or we could build a bigger re-eating station and then move this even more to the middle. Let's have a look what happens if we flip these two around. Yeah, I do think that is better. Aside from the fact that this no longer works. So we kill this building off. We turn it into an advanced eating station. Which needs us to erase that tile. But build a new tile there. And then say you, and you go here, and you go to there. You claim you aren't getting grain. Because we're missing a tile of road. Why do you claim you aren't getting grain? Because this is no longer connected to the bigger road network. Sure. How are we going to connect it? There, that'll do. Now the beer has extra reach. We accept that we need slightly more nice road for the beer to reach everywhere. But that now lets us extend the range of where people live out to here. And then suddenly we need enough of food, which we can deal with by adding in the fish that we've been delaying. So, fish means we need multiple levels of this. Hello? Shouldn't that do multiple layers of weakening? Apparently not. Okay, the order of operations matters. It has to be wood, then this, apparently. Yeah. Okay, I can live with that. Do you think that's wide enough to block this? I hope so. And then fish. Unfortunately, that's using up a lot of the fishing space. Oh god, no, it doesn't need to be super road. Ta-da! By diversifying food, we no longer have a shortage of the two foods that we were providing. In fact, we probably have too much fish now. Actually, it's not as much surplus fish as you would imagine. And then we can have a look at the tunnels. So how do you build these things? Here? It needs a road. Oh, we don't actually have a connection up to here. We need a lift. Send any available resource here to... Beg pardon. Make it available to other tunnels. So we make a fish market just for here. Can it feed directly in? Or does it need a intermediary yeeter? It looks like it can feed in. And then we take this across to... These guys super love fish, but I don't actually need more monks. Whereas I do need more of these. Let's build a mine come out side one. Not enough minerals. Not enough money. Wait a sec. Let money reaccumulate. Oh, you can build the tunnel entrance in the middle of anywhere. I thought it would have to be up against, like, the edges here. Oh, well then... This changes. This is like the Renaissance. This changes everything. Because you can just shove this in the middle of the city and then all the goods get output in the middle of the city right next to where you're going to want to food and Amazon them. Yeah, these things are super strong. Ta-da! These all get fish now. And they're happy. And that means we can have more normal people. Apparently not you, though. Food doesn't quite get that far. Down here. What's your issue compared to everyone else? No mandala? No mandala is not helping. So half of them have mandala, half of them have beer. Oh, we can see if our weakening did not work. Because it only weakens at 2 levels. Let's go grab Mr. Plow. Who still hasn't actually fixed these, because I forgot to move him, because I'm an idiot. But let's deal with this first. We need even more yaks. Technically, all of these are outputting hay that we aren't using. Yeah, these are hugely strong. If I gave you guys fish... you would need fish, walls, and praying places. Can we even do walls? Yeah, I've mostly left myself the ability to do walls. There'd be some trouble with this guy, but this can live outside the walls and it doesn't matter. Can the eggs survive? Yes, moving the other side of the walls. And then I think these eggs are just going to... We're probably going to teleport the food in using the new thing, rather than having the food actually be in range. Right, we use the new Teleporto Center. And then we can put the eggs wherever the hell we like, instead of needing them to be here. The eggs could be here, say. Oh, they're only one kind of thing at a time. Okay, they're not as absurdly overpowered as I'd imagined. They're still strong, but they aren't absurdly overpowered. It just means we'll probably need to use a re-eating station for these chickens. So... or even put it down here. What gem are we presenting you with today? This is Laysara. It is a Tibetan mountain-themed city builder. It's a little bit like Anno, if you set Anno on a Tibetan mountainside, but without combat. Instead, you have occasional avalanches, snowfalls that you have to deal with as your disaster-ish type thing. It is nice and relaxed, for the most part. It's got nice, nice dialogue between the character, character things that you're dealing with for the main storyline. Is it new? It isn't yet finished. This is still an early access game. I would, at the moment, suggest waiting for the early access to end. This was the final update before, they're finished. Or at least they claim that they're finished. So yeah, might as well just wait a little bit more. And it will have the campaign. The campaign is the last thing that they're adding. Where can we shove you? Out here? Or do we just make one for eggs? It's tempting to make one of those things for eggs. Although these guys don't want eggs. Neither do these guys. Only the monks want eggs on this map, so there's no point in using this thing to do eggs. There is point in using it to do fish. And that says that we need more fish, which we can deal with. Slightly too far away. Can I move this? Yes. There, we have excess fish again. The monks stop complaining about no fish. And then how are we going to do you eggs? Honestly, from the low ground here seems fine. It will use some, but not an insane amount of, extra artisans. Something like that. And that means we don't need the little local re-eater. You can go away. Beautiful. All of these now connect to this instead of directly. And then you yeet up here. And we don't even need that many anymore because we've diversified the food types. So you and you can turn off. Perfect. Finish building the outside wall. This house is marked for demolition so that we can have our wall. Lovely. And then all the monks are extra happy that they're now enclosed by a wall. Food doesn't quite get that far. Maybe we upgrade the remaining ones rather than using you, so you know what, you can die. What do the remaining ones need? They either need a Yak Guardian or a Praying Place. Yak Guardian is definitely doable. Here would work somewhat well. So, shove these over one. You got your hopes up reading the Victoria 3 bug fixes? Maybe it's in a playable place now. The military system is still bad, as far as I'm concerned. They have made some fairly reasonable improvements to the diplomacy, though. My two big bugbears at release were the diplomacy bad, and military system bad. Military system still bad. Diplomacy somewhat fixed. How much that is dependent on you getting the new DLC to do with the global market and everything to do with that, I'm not entirely sure. I've watched some people play it a bit, and there is a fair bit more diplomacy to do with that. You can like promise, I won't sell these things to the global market. You promise, like in exchange for not selling these things to the global market, give me money or help me in this war or something. That's really good change. Like, I'm harsh to the game, but I'm also trying to be fair. So, war system, still... And the aspects of it still lying to you about other nations' diplomacy in terms of their disposition and making plays is still bad. But the number of things that you can ask for diplomatically and do within the, do within the economic side of the diplomacy system has been much improved. He destroyed the AI with diplomacy. 11, laugh? No, I have not. I mean, of course it's going to be unbalanced on release. It's partially a DLC feature, hi-fi. That's how they sell. Oh look, new thing, it's massively overpowered. Buy DLC to get massively overpowered new thing. Now, it was Yak Guardian. We were seeing if this reaches everywhere. It pretty much reaches everywhere. Especially if we're willing to allow fancy road around the main town square. And then boom, most of these go up to the maximum. Near enough maximum level. Yeah, I can't say I've watched any YouTube content on it. It's only watching a couple people play it live. Hi-Fi Panda. So what else do they need? They're still making do without any goods, but for the next level they would actually require one good at the very least. Butter lamps or perfume? They would also accept decorations plus textiles. Basic wool. What do you have that the others don't? Science? You should have science. Huh? Oh, this no longer reaches this. If we bring you down to here? If we create a cheesy road that directly connects there to there? No, not the ultra fancy road, normal road. Success! Okay, and then that bit of road doesn't need to exist. They have science. They are happy to be max level. We need slightly more eggs again. All your recent runs have died to bugs. Usually either the investment pool or army supply dropping to 0 for no reason. Yeah, okay. So it's still got some issues. Beautiful. What are we missing? We are missing some yaks. This was capable of adding out more yaks. But let's just let some time pass, money recover, Mr. Plow do his thing here, move him over here, fix these three. Or actually, is it going to be able to reach those ones, question mark? That might reach there. Yeah, that reaches that one. What would these guys like? These guys would like super fancy textile. And utensils. And that is what I'm supposed to do for the mission, which is give them utensils. We can do both of those, question mark? So... wool. There is some amount of wool output over here. Two. 2 wool doesn't seem... Well, two weavers worth of wool kind of doesn't seem like a amount that justifies building a teleport station for. Maybe we make some here? On the other hand, there's also wool here. The fancy tapestry thing needs to be built next to water. So if it's going to be built, it's probably going to be built there. It needs 10 wool, 2 dyes. Dyes is nowhere near here. Dyes is the other side of the mountain. Do we have spare dye at the moment? Yes. We could build a teleport station just to move the dye across to here. That would let us get 10. Turn it off for the moment. Could I find out how much they would want? If I pretend... If we build a yeeting station that we also turn off, but pretend that this is running, can I tell how much they would want? Of course there's demand for this resource. 12. And this would produce not enough. Oh, that hurts. That hurts. I don't want to build 2 of these. So I think we say they don't get to have tapestries. Just because water needs to be used for doing fish. So maybe this even dies. So instead it's only utensils. Utensils means we need an import station. And we should also do those yaks. No tapestries, no tapestries. Can I sneak a road in? No. Also, you don't need to be the fancy road. We could build some based off of these 4 alone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 is 4. So... I kind of like putting it over here, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You need a local re-eating station. These need to give their hay to the new re-eating station. And then you feed that hay to these. There's a slight deficit, and then those feed these 4. And that fixes our yak shortage. We're back to artisan shortage. So we need to make them utensils. Let's say utensils and possibly smoked meat. Or does smoked meat use more salt that I don't have? Yeah, it would use more salt that we don't have. We can't have enough salt to do butter and meat. Or not, yeah, the butter tea and meat, right? Yeah, we're already using all of the salt. So that's simply not allowed. So it's utensils and... Maybe perfume? Cedar Grove, Herbalist, Honey, Crystal perfume. There is spare crystal. We aren't fully using crystal yet, right? There's one more crystal deposit. And it only needs one. We would probably need 2 of these, though, so it probably will use up the full mine. So where do we put this? This space seems fine. What else are we going to use it for? And honey works best in the middle zone anyway, right? And honey was one of the ingredients. Yeah, so we probably should put it here. Perfume. We need a teleport station to bring in the... 2 teleport stations. We need to mine the crystal deposit. You feed the teleport station. On the other side... this feeds this. Oh, it can only feed one thing? That's more awkward. Okay, so you would need a local redistribution one. You feed that... Wait, does it? No, it does. Yeah, 100% does. And then you need that, and then you need that. Cool. Then we need honey and incense. Isn't incense pretty tough to do? The bees are easy. Local re-eater, feed the bees into that, feed that into both of those. Lastly, the incense component. Which is actually in a good ratio. The ratio between those is nice and simple. So it's 2 of these. And 2 herbalists. Goes into 2 incense makers. And then 1 of these feeds each of these. Okay. That's the perfume. The perfume needs to get up here. So it needs a eating station. Then you eat it up to the Amazon distribution center. We turn on the Amazon distribution center. And ta-da! Everyone suddenly has perfume. It's not enough to upgrade them. We can squeeze in a couple more people to deal with the slight population lack. Still a little bit. Is there any other service that you like that I'd actually be willing to give you? Maybe mandalas. No, the mandalas don't go far enough. I'm not willing to give you mandalas. So I think it just has to be the utensils. Trouble is, more utensils needs more workers to build the utensils. So I've got a bit of a catch-22. I don't have enough artisans to build the utensils that will let us level up our artisans to a higher density so that there are more of them. Let's just run time for a little bit, accumulate money while we're in slight artisan deficit. Do they want normal wool? No, they only want super fancy tapestry. Do the normal people want normal wool? The normal people want normal wool, but they'd want too much. I suppose we could build some more high wool production ones up here, and then bring that down there. Would that take you up to another tier? Actually, it would. But only for some of them. They have a beer problem. Also, that one... Well, these should die, but they should only die once we've made the other zone bigger. Anyway, enough money has accumulated that we can try making our utensil thing. So, import station. Movie Monday suggestion. Huh? That should be a requires text field. The heck? Well, let me fix that. I was pretty sure I made that the right thing. I want that to be correct. So, sorry to interrupt this, but... this... this... Where's Movie Monday? This... Tick box. Save. Okay, try that again. Try that again, Decoy. I'll even refund you your 1 point. There. Please try that again. I done goofed and didn't tick a tick box. Okay, import station. Check. You only get to use it once per stream. Thank you for trying to check, Decoy. You'll have to wait for next stream. I'm a big meanie. Copper. Maybe if someone else in chat wanted to test? I just didn't want people spamming it when it's only one cost to Decoy, was the theory. Like, I didn't want some troll entering chat and then spamming it a bajillion times. It seemed like the prudent thing to do. Okay, utensils. Utensil maker. Eating station. You want us to watch... Yeah, we did Bolt. Bolt was good. Well, aside from the horrifying main menu and the last world, Bolt was good. The last world was a bit sad. A bit rough. We should flip these two around. Like that. Now these all touch this, but now we need a local redistribution thing. Like there. Just too good. You... I'm not sure how many I need. Let's just start with 8. The main menu is right at the end, Decoy. either the very beginning or the very end. I would suggest the very end because I discuss it more. But Bolt just, like, dead-eye stares at you, whilst the annoying hamster man voices over, "Bolt's so amazing! Bolt's super cool!" endlessly. Oh, it's patting itself on the back a bit too hard. Okay. Only need 4, let's say. And then these all feed to this, and then this feeds to the Amazon distribution center. Which lets these level up, and suddenly we don't have negative 100, right? New problem is not enough cheese and not enough bread. Can I give you another food type to split your attention in another way? No. So I guess we just kill off some of the excess people. Yeah. Oh my god, Volt stare. Exactly. He just dead-eye stares with super duper open eyes. And like, I don't get why, because his in-game one isn't quite that bad, or it doesn't feel it, and especially not the ones in the, like, animated cutscenes. In the animated cutscene, he's, like, as nice as he is in the movie, pretty much. Unfortunately, yeeting that up 2 levels is costing us an unpleasant number of yaks. Is it cheaper to just run a teleport station? Yes, it is cheaper to just run a teleport station. So... teleport station. Teleport station. You are no longer needed. And these all feed directly into the teleport station. And then the teleport station grabs them and feeds it to the Amazon distribution center. It's slightly out of range. We can solve that by having a slightly nicer road between the teleport station and the Amazon. Problem solve it. Okay, we do need to provide a little bit because they're unhappy about not quite enough food. Is someone outside of tax range? Yes, the people that aren't getting taxed can die. And that reduces our food demand to just under what we consume. Or what we produce, sorry. Alright. Storyline. Do you know what I'm afraid of? Stepping outside of your house, your own shadow, basically everything, avalanches. I'm afraid of deadly avalanches. We shouldn't be settling in their path, but we should at least have sufficient defenses, is what I'm trying to say. I mean, I agree. I wish we could afford to have full defenses here, but we can only do level 3 down to level 2, and then level 2 down to... I have to live with it. These ones we dodge by not building there. Have 30 houses at level 2. We've definitely done that. There's so much fertile land here. We should use it. But we're already making bread. Yes, but think. Something else. Something we could enjoy. I don't find pleasure in agriculture. How about some brewing? Ho ho, well that's a different story. Let's build some inns. We've already provided more than 4 times as many people with beer. What good ever came from drinking ale? Believe it or not, it's for the people's safety. People get sick when drinking water. Sometimes brewing helps with it. It's also delicious. And a few drinks is the only way for me to feel relaxed. Clem, you know that's not actually good, right? This is nonsense. I'm looking for enlightenment. We need to build academies, monasteries, learn the way of the spirits. Well, we've already done that. Are you satisfied with your new sanctuaries? It's too soon to tell. We'll dig deep into the ancient knowledge in attempts to better understand the nature of the world. I'm not satisfied with it. The smell from the incense they're using is everywhere. We need to do something. Get perfume. We've already done it 3 times. Just great. Now, all I can smell is incense and perfume. I was under the impression that you were odor resistant. You know, from working with the animals? Moo! Angry ox. The yak does not like being called stinky. Alright, forget I said anything. But I will say we need thicker walls to be safe from the spreading auras. Have high-level artisan houses. Already done. Eureka! My monks have solved one of the fundamental mysteries of the world. How to produce food efficiently for everyone? How to turn base metals into gold? No. We did learn that life comes from water. What does that mean, and how does it compare to our ancient texts depicting how the world was created? We don't have all of the answers yet, alright? We need to continue our research, and for that, we need fish. Provide fish, already done. You know what? I bet other citizens would also like fish. Are you out of your mind? Get these fish to the monks. It's a logistical nightmare. There are so many carriers. I have an idea. Oh yes? Instead of carrying resources around the mountain, what if we were to tunnel straight through it? Let's do some digging. Use the new... Oh. What? Oh, provide even more fish to the tunnel system? I thought I was providing lots of fish. But apparently not enough. Let's have a look. Oh, because there are separate ones for the these guys and these guys. On the other hand, it's receiving 42. So, I am sending 42 fish to the tunnel system. We're only using 6. We could change that by pausing and converting this to only use fish? Question mark? Especially because the others don't eat fish, right? So I can't increase the fish demand via... Oh no, you have fish as well. Yeah, we're extracting 19 and 17. That's definitely more than 28. I guess it only checks if there's supply available on the supply side. So what if I cut that off? Yeah, it checks if there's supply on the supply side. So we cut off our 2 fish supply people. Also, we kill off these artisans that are living in the wrong zone. Segregation. Where's your fish? Your fish is from here. We briefly turn it off. We complete the mission. We've started putting fish into the mountain. Now what? Well, easy. We build an entrance near the food market. We extract the fish from the underground storage, and voila! So this way we can create a transport network underground. This seems to be independent from distance on mountain slope. Brilliant. Reconnect the fish. Give everyone fish. Reconnect this fish. Mission complete. You see, it works like a charm. It is pretty neat. We could use this as an alternative to expensive transportation over longer distances. Just imagine what we can achieve combining this new possibility with my genius. And it's all thanks to our studies on the origin of life. A perfect example of how theoretical science can yield unexpected, practical results. We're not building you another monastery. Get more people up to top-level housing. Listen up, I've got a plan. The mountain has gold veins, doesn't it? We should use them, and I know what that means. Let me guess, you want to mint money? Yes, I'm brilliant. You're narrow-minded and arrogant, if you ask me. But we've already built the minting? Alright, it's time for something actually useful for our citizens. Money is useful. It's the most useful. Sure, it's nice, but our people need more sources of food. I think we know how to use these salt deposits. Provide 600 people with smoked meat. Ah, bugger. That's actually kind of bad because we don't have enough salt to do that. If I'm going to do that, I'm going to have to turn off the butter tea. Well, we'll see how much if we only use one. So, we go... Can you buy salt? I don't think it's one of the available goods on the market for this map. Which goods are available on the common market? This map can let you buy utensils. Oh, sorry, copper, butter tea, or ornaments. So we could actually buy the butter tea rather than making it. And that would redirect the salt. So, teleport you down to, hopefully in range of the food thing. Yes, tell you that you do butter tea. We need 18 of it, which is going to be hideously expensive. And then we can turn off our butter tea over here. Which also probably means we don't need as much, as much yak. Yak into milk, or yak into milk, yep, there we go. And then we can come up here and make goats for smoked meat. What's the ratio? It's 2 goats to 1 of these, and we need probably 3 of them. So we need 6 goats. At an estimate. 6 goats. Doesn't need to be ultra fancy road. 6 goats can feed into 3 smokehouses. We need a salt redistributing to here, here, here. Those need to feed into... Are we just going to teleport it? Or are we going to use a yeeting station? That's not so far that I think a yeeting station is necessarily terrible. Let's look at using a yeeting station. Ah, but it is because we don't have a an Amazon here. Well then die. We will build a teleport station. You 3 feed the teleport station. And then who gets to have the smoked meat? Who likes it more? The peasants like it 1, and these guys like it 2, so they're more, well, they're more deserving in that we get more out of giving it to them. So... move this house so that we can... Well, actually, could you reach from here? You can reach from here, so that's fine. Extract. Sorry? Why can't you see the meat? Oh, because we haven't done charcoal. Yes, yes, yes. So, each one of these needs 4. One, 2. 1, 2. Wait, really? Oh, it's the other way around. Charcoal wants to be on the low ground, not the high. Yes, charcoal wants to be on the low ground, not the high. Well, then I guess we teleport the charcoal up here. And these can go live near where we have spare wood. So, here? But actually not, because we're using those 3. There's only 1 spare wood there. Where's the fish zone? The fish zone has wood that we aren't using. Here. But it doesn't reach because there's no road. Sure. Even then it doesn't reach. But I can move this fish thing. And then it would reach. Well, it would almost reach. It's 1 tile off. Yeah, I'll just live with some higher level... a little bit of higher level, medium level road. Seriously? A little bit more. There we go. Okay, that's 6. How much do we need for all the smokeries, the meat smokings? We need 12, so we need 2 of these. This only covers half our current demand. And we need a teleport station on this side. It doesn't need to be fancy road. We do need another smoker, charcoal farm, and we do need the trees for you. That is sad. It doesn't fit by 1. That is quite sad. You could fit here, though. Then it would fit. Yes. You 3 feed that. That feeds here. Then at the other side, we can yoink out the charcoal. We need a local redistributor. You feed these 3. That goes back into the mountain. And then we said that it was going to the artisans. Done. But that's using a whole bunch extra lowlanders. So down to lowland zone. Can we fit in some more people? We can definitely fit in some more there. And in the houses of the 2 artisans that we removed in the middle. There. We are still short some yaks. We're basically using all of that perfectly and all of that perfectly, right? No, we could have 2 more here. So... 1, 2... 1, 2... Done. Yak deficiency solved. We've made some great progress. Cooperation is the best solution. Ha, yes, that's it. Cooperation. Why is that so exciting to you? Because we're going to combine your inventions and my genius. Ice altars. They boost the efficiency of production buildings. That's true. People in their vicinity feel a sacred kind of inspiration, which... Exactly. We can use them to get even more money from the mines. Let's get rich. Generate 2,000 revenue from money minting. So it wants us to make ice altar things here. Also, that barely added in all the spare people. The heck? We're ever so slightly short on butter tea. So we up our import amount by 1. We up our import amount by 2. Some people can fit there. This looks good here. It is in range of everything. Okay, now issue, we need slightly more honey, we need slightly more butter tea. Butter tea is easy, we just click a button. Honey is coming in from the up ground to the left. Turn on that last honey again. Good. Beer. I think we just have to live with our slight beer shortage. So what do we need for the ultra fancy ice altar things? Cedar Grove, Herbalist into Incense, Incense plus Ice into Super Ice, Super Ice into Ultra Efficiency Modifier. Where are we going to do this? Cedar is best done on the high ground. These 2 are best done here. This... can't be done on the high ground? Below a snow cap. So there, or here, or... Honestly, we probably just put it below this one. Sure. Okay, that provides 6. 6 is the ratio already, so we just need you to have a road. And then a teleporter. The ice gets teleported into there. At the other end, we turn the ice into ultra ice. So this can convert 1. It needs... I should probably make 2 then. Because this is going to produce an excess of incense. You. We'll just live with it. I'm making an excess of incense. You provide ice to there. And then turn that into an ultra super giga efficiency booster thing. It would be better if it was here. So I move the teleporter to there, and I move this teleporter to... there? And then we can build the Ultra Super Giga... no. We're going to need to move these yaks. These yaks are getting in the way. Then we can build the Ultra Super Efficiency thing in the middle of this. And if we give them some special road, because I'm just that generous, it should now reach pretty much everything. Oh, come on. That medium road is not doing anywhere near good enough job. It says, build me some higher level road even. Even more. There we go. Okay. But you need the output of this ice, which needs to move up slightly. What's going on? Ah, this doesn't feed you yet. This to here. There we go. Go. Which is not enough. Okay, so we need another Ultra Ice thing to boost this even more. So... can we squeeze a second one of the Ice Harvesters in there? Yes. Doesn't need to be the fancy road. You also feed into that. We might as well then... this was producing twice as much as it needed to. Split it into 2. Give it to you. You give it to you. And we can have 2 of these. And the trouble is that you need to be split into 2 though. So you also need a... local man. Here's this thing. You give half to that. You give half to that. We need a second Ultra Ice Efficiency thing. That kind of means that this wants to move. Which... kind of means that I want to move this one. You know what? What if we move all of these over 1? Including you. Rebuilt this road. Killed that bit of the road. Then you could actually go here. And then the second ice altar could go in that space. Beautiful. Yeah, lovely. But even that's not efficient enough. We need another one. Which just says that we should build a road to cheesily grant you the extra efficiency as well. So that you output more and we can run one extra. We need another ice harvester. We need a teleport station. Or else we need to re-eat it to there. Yeah, actually, how much do you cost and how much is a single re-eater? Two of these is cheaper than another teleport station. But it can't quite get where we need. Well then, second teleport station it is. That, however, says now we need a ton more yaks. Where will we shove you? Have some inefficient yaks over here. We need to deal with the not enough normal people as well. Okay, now it's only the yaks. Extend our inefficient yaks a little bit. And maybe make some more semi-efficient ones. So we want high ground land then. That's already kind of full. I might be able to squeeze in a bit over here. Just barely. Oh, you need a road, true. You feed that, that feeds the axe. We need to squeeze in one more of those ideally. Can we make it fit here? Yes. You feed that, that feeds him. That keeps us in yaks. And then just in case there is actually an avalanche, place this behind the buildings that absorb the snow. Give some more of this fancier road, and then see how many we can fit. I'm surprised that still can't reach there, but it can reach here. Even more butter tea needed. We just say import more from the global market. The beer, we just have to live with the deficiency. Alright. We now can grab the new extra ice. We need a ice yoinker. Yes, that's to there. And then 2 of the less efficient ice efficiency boosters. Or are we making enough incense that we can even run 1 extra? We can even run 1 extra ultra ice efficiency thing. Needs to be there if it's going to be in range of deliveries. Really? Oh, wrong thing. Yeah, I'm an idiot. We need the construction thing, that thing. Not the thing that uses it at the end. Here, this, do. You feed that. That also needs ice, can do. And then that... Honestly, this should move. So that that can go there. We'll rearrange that road slightly. Not with the Ultra Road, thank you. But now that should all work. What's your issue? You no longer... You aren't used here anymore. You might as well die. So what's broken about these now? You give it to this. This gives it to those. You give this to that. And then that should be fine, right? No. One of these isn't working. Why? Transport route with invalid path. Because this one can't reach there anymore. Sure, you do this one. Add in a road there. You do that one. And you do that one. That should all work now. This is true. Part of our new problem is we have even more gold output. So rather than boosting the efficiency of these more to get the last little bit, we'll see if we can have more mints. So... Not there, we can't. I'll just live with the fact that we're paying for you being snowed under, I think? Or can we move Mr. Plow? We can move Mr. Plow. There. Work again. How do I fit in an extra... mints here? I mean, part of the answer would be move this down, and then move that there. Yeah, and then we can fit mints here. We can almost fit mints there, but not quite. You can move to... here. Then this road can move back out. Then we can fit the mints. Yes. Except that we need slightly nicer roads between here and there. Beautiful. You also send to this. You also send to that. Boom, ba boom. Oh, yes. So much profit. That's what I'm talking about. Let's use this money to improve the living condition for our citizens. Can't we just, you know, have the money? But aren't you forgetting something? Better houses mean more people, and more people means more tax. I mean, donations. Yeah, even they admit that it's the taxation center, not the donation center. Yes, let's upgrade these houses. Now, get 40 houses to maximum level. Alright. It's unlikely to be these guys. The best candidates are our... here. They would like... incense and mandalas, or more butter tea. Honestly, we could just import butter tea as a solution to these guys partially. What else was it possible to do? Because I might just level them up and then unlevel them if I can do it via temporary imports. Yeah, we can do ornaments via the market. So ornaments is one. Butter tea is one. And then in theory, incense would also be the last little bit we need. Oh, come on, I just built all of that up to the next level of road. You should be able to reach there now. Thank you. You sure you don't want anything else, like decorations? They say absolutely not. Incense or bust. Is butter tea more or less expensive than... It's cheaper than the ornaments, so we might as well use butter tea. Oh, it's food? It's food, not Amazon. My bad. There. Still need 3 more. Done. Butter tea. Now we can do the serpentine thing as well. But let's deal with our missing yaks. It's costing us too much money. This area is pretty snow protected now. In fact, if we had a honking station, it would be fully snow protected. And we can fit a honking station. That needs more yaks that we don't have, but it means that this area is now fully safe. And it means that I can make yaks down here. But I shouldn't make yaks down here because low ground isn't good for hay. Where is some high ground space? Here. change where the road is. Okay, you feed that one, you feed that one, you feed that one, that feeds you, that feeds you, that feeds you. That's almost removed the yak deficiency. We can fit a little bit here. This needs a road. You feed this, this feeds you feed this, this feeds you. Yak deficiency solved. We need a couple more normal people. Slightly more butter tea. Okay. Now it's just 8 monks. Can we squeeze in 8 more of you? Probably there. Beautiful. Let time pass, let some money accrue. And then it was... give the imported extra goods to the artisans, and we are probably fully happy. So it was another import center. And then this imports these, which it gives to the Amazon. It isn't in range. Well, let's add fancier level roads between here and there. Now it is. And I only need half as many of these, kind of. Okay. And then they want incense or tapestry. There's no way that tapestry is happening. So I guess it has to be incense. Do we have spare incense? And how much incense would we need to cover this whole space? Probably one there? Yeah, I reckon if we move that house... that looks really good. It needs 10? That's huge! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34, 35, 36. That's almost the full 40 houses, though. So maybe with slightly more optimal positioning of that, we can get all 40. In fact, let's just super juice all those roads for one. Yeah, that's very possibly a maybe. But it means we need even more incense, so... ideally high ground, but there isn't any more high ground space, so we probably just put it here instead. Herbalist, cedar, incense. Go, go. Eating station. Go. Distribute 10 or more incense via a single shrine. You want slightly more serpentines again. You want slightly more butter tea. Mandala, you say you must have Mandala. Mandala or death? That still has range on everything. Why doesn't that fit? What am I not understanding? That looks like it should fit. Yeah, there we go. Oh, come on. That's not fair. This has the extra thing, but it still says one more. Oh, it has to be a basket type thing. It can't not be basket. I can't do that, because there's no space for tapestry. Right? Well, there is some space for tapestry. That also means we need slightly more monk. So we come back here and look where else we can squeeze in another person. If we turned this into a road... then this could be more people. They want slightly more fish. But I don't think I can have that, because if I have slightly more fish, we can't fit the newly required tapestry thing, right? No, we can have one more fish. Good. There we go. Fish insufficiency dealt with. Tapestry. Or work out if it's easier to make the peasants upgrade. They would like basic textile, smoked meat. How much of the smoked meat are we actually using? There's 32 smoked meat entering here. There's 20 available? Yeah, you could actually have smoked meat. Get an extraction station. It's going to need a redistributor, from the looks of it. No, it could just go over here. There we go. Meat, give, here, do. Unfortunately, that means these need even more beer. Like, a lot more beer now, not just a little. There's not enough space here for a whole nother brewery. Well, there kind of is. If I kill off these... there might be enough. Let's fix the missing yaks, though. So... say there. Missing beer. As if they're consuming that much meat. Well, apparently they are. And there are no other foods to spread their food across more axes to minimize how much we need. So it's either make more of it, which is technically possible now that this is boosted by the ice altars. We could run one more meat smoker. It would just be awkward to get to happen. I think I just kill off the other people instead. Will be our answer. So it was another brewery. Or else we could use the surplus from that. 5 extra. Is 5 extra enough? Yes, yes it is. So rather than needing a whole new production chain, we can just teleport the spare excess beer. And then on this side we need an extractor. Beer goes to in. Have 2,500 donations from a single donation spot. Okay, and then of the ones that haven't upgraded, it's because of not enough overlap between the mandala and the inn. So we kind of need a second inn. No, not really. The inn really does cover almost everything. We don't need a second inn, I lie. We do need second mandalas, though. Like one there and one here. Oops, that doesn't need to be Ultra Road. But in that case, it should be there, and you should go somewhere else. You could go there. And then the mandala could go there, where it covers both roads. Decorations and textiles would also do it. We can give them decorations. That's pretty easy. The textiles... How many textiles would they want? And how far would a local Amazon distribution center reach? Would probably need to be there. Okay, and wool. So you get to turn on again. You get to turn on again. You get to supply to this Amazon. We need twice as much. I think we're already using all the wool from here, though. Yeah. Yeah, we are. Also, how many yaks and things are you using? Yeah, I've got more normal workers than artisans. I shouldn't be moving these goods around in a way that uses artisans over workers. So instead we build a tree line here. We build a defense row. We turn this into yak zone. Even if it is inefficient yak zone. Very good. Unpause, let money accrue. Make this some more wool. So, textile. Yak shack, yak shack, yak shack. Wool, wool, wool. Eating station. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Down to the Amazon. That's most of the houses we need, but not all. Even more bloody textile is needed. That's getting to be a bit ridiculous. Let's turn on the decorations. So... then like one here and one here. It's kind of frustrating that they're... Maybe it cares about it being a single cast rather than spread across 2 casts. Let's kill off the ones that are unhappy, because I don't actually need them. If it lets me upgrade the others, it's to my benefit to kill off the weaker ones. Well... some, but not enough. You would also like incense. Or for us to move the topiaries. There we go. Full topiary coverage. Utensils? Do we have spare utensils? Maybe. We might have spare utensils. Let's go look. Seven. We do have some spare utensils. And there's no reason that we couldn't up production even more. So, okay. There's more utensils. Does mean we need slightly more artisan. Good. Come across, see if we can give the people their new utensils. closer, but... Boost the roads a little so that the beer is getting everywhere. Even that doesn't get you to here. What about 2 tiles of slightly nicer road? There we go. Now your issue is Mandala, which we might be able to fix with a road there. Okay, we need to get 7 more. This one would like beer, or pretty much just beer. Sure. Done. Same with you. Done. Done, 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 done. Done. Goal complete. Ignore the fact that we have to pay a lot of people money for the fact that we aren't giving them enough cloth and quite enough of a number of foods. That's enough. It's time to finally do something productive. But we're getting all this money. That's peak productivity. Stop talking about such prosaic nonsense. I'm here to deal with divine affairs. We will start building the Summit Temple. Money balance must be positive. yeah, okay. I guess we could kill off some of these, and that would fix our deficiency somewhat. One more wool? We might be able to make one more wool. There. Ah, that's even enough that we can have a couple of extra review. Okay. Need to deliver woods butter lamps, ornamental cedar. I haven't created almost any of the ornamental cedar chain. That's pretty horrid. The wood isn't too bad. But all of that in addition to money being positive. Good gosh. Okay, how much more money efficient are these than the other ones? This produces 4 and costs 20. This produces 12 and costs 40. 12 for 40 versus 4 for 20. Okay, so it is considerably cheaper. Even if I don't particularly like it. And then 3 of you. Okay, cow shortage dealt with. Oh! Why was that one worth so much tax? Well, it was. Yeah, look at that import cost. We do need slight amount of extra yak still. Oh god, that doesn't need to be ultra road. No, normal road, please. There. Where is the End Summit Temple acceptance point? This game. Here? Oh, you know, in the middle of my existing base? No. Or in the middle of our goat region? It's probably less disruptive to do the monk evictions. So I can kind of move them to there instead. Okay. Money balance is now negative. 3 missing monks, 13 artisans. Technically there is space there. But in practice, not really. Same with that. Unless I move this, which... I think that can be done. I think if you go here and you go here, then you can go here. Then we can move that. A little bit more nice road for you. I don't really want to give it ultra super double road there. I guess I'll do a little bit more. There we go. We'll just erase that one entirely. Okay, that partially fixed you. We have our base station. Why did that suddenly become more negative? It's looking awfully tempting to just make a new monk zone. But we won't have the money for it. Okay, that can turn off. What if we turn off the incense? Sure, that also helps. And if the incense is off, we don't need the incense here. That's true. Okay. Whew. Money is positive. Sit back. Let money recover. Maybe think about building another tax extracting something. We don't have any butter lamp production. We do make utensils, and I could even have spare utensils. Could I minimize my imports? Like, do these guys really need to be having all of these lamps now that we completed the level up mission? Yeah, there we go. Just saying they don't get lamps at all makes us a huge amount of money, because they don't expect the lamps anymore, and then we don't have to pay them for the ones that aren't getting them. Or the kettles, I should say. The same is probably true of this. Yes, massive saving. Beautiful. Okay. Income problem fixed. We need a bunch of wood, we need some butter lamps, we need ornamental cedar. This is the region that we're making the kettles. I can live with that. We just move Mr. Plow over. And I guess we also move him over... No, it doesn't need to be Ultra Fancy Road. Over here once he's finished with this one. Now... easiest one to do is wood, surely. How are we going to deliver stuff to the base station? I would need space for 3 entrances. Which is either space for 3 entrances here-ish, which these could do it. Yeah, I think the answer is there, so I need some more monks somewhere else. If we shove just basic monks down here, how pissed do they get? I can box them in. I could happily give them a gong and a praying place. And I could give them eggs here without too much worry. Or the same here. Here seems the more reasonable, but there's not as much space. And the trouble is, if I wanted to use these, it would use up so much of this space. But it is the biggest space. Yeah, we should do it over here. If we're gonna do it, we should do it over here. How much does each of these make? 6. We need 20 for the thing, so 1, 2, 6, 12, 18, 24, 32, so that's enough. It needs a teleport station. Done. That's the wood. In theory. This can now be monks. It's all... It's ice protected, we hope. Sit back, let some money accumulate. Okay, no food. It does need at least one thing for food. 2 of these have to be food. So that is a necessity. It means at least some eggs. Some honey. Okay, that does do that. Gong, we can box them in. The boxing them in is maybe a little expensive. Because there's too many of them? There's too many of them. Praying place. Gong. Oh, really? These guys don't like gong. They only want mandala. Fair enough. Okay. Tax haven. There. Okay. Slightly more normal people. Not you, because you're apparently not good. This one would like meat. There's nothing I can do about meat. They would like a mandala. There is stuff we can do about mandala. We can move you to there instead. Here you say there's no beer. I am willing to spend slightly more on Fancy Road out to here. Done. The meat shortage is now more acute. You know what? These guys don't get to have meat anymore. Where are you getting meat? I see bread, I see cheese. Where does the meat come from? There's fish. There? No, where is the meat? There. None of that for you. In fact, kill that building. Now the other side should always have enough meat. This side needs slightly more bread and fish. But the other side can expand because it now has an adequacy of meat. Slight amounts of tea? Butter tea. Well, let's just lose one of them then. Okay, that's tiny. Surely we can live with. That almost makes me want to use 2 markets. So that there's a region in the middle where they overlap, and then on the sides they only eat one thing. Okay, there we go. That's all we're allowed there, even with the new extra supply of meat. Now, these guys need hire, but we can do that just by boxing them in. Done. Happy. We need a re-eating center so that the ones from this side get to the other side. It needs to be a bit more in the middle. Yeah, that's about right. So you go... I understand. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. Go here. You go to there. Beautiful. Hopefully this little bit that's not guarded by the mandala doesn't have issues. And then in here... more egg, more honey... How many more can we handle? A handful. Okay. That does help here. But now we're missing some artisans. This wants more cheese and more bread. The cheese is fairly doable. The bread I'm less sold on. Bread would be a lot of people. Done. But I kind of just need to, because I'm going to need more of them, so I guess we do another bread. Shove you out the way. One more bread. Needs to be an extra over. I miscounted. That does not need to be the ultra fancy road. Beautiful. And that means this zone could have more people as well. Can I redirect the roads so I can fit more people? And what are the missing people complaining about? Gong. Oh, that's easy. Flip these two. Yes, flip those two. Good. Gong, check. This isn't needed here now that we're not delivering the weird goods anymore, and we have no plans of doing so in the future. It's not worth the cost. Slightly nicer roads out to here. Can be done. Done. Okay, now what? Slightly more fish. I think we are fully extracting all the fish that we can from you. Yeah, we are fully extracting all the fish we can. So unless I'm willing to tap into this fish, which we can do. So instead of you doing that, you do here. Here does to there. And any surplus goes to there. Yeah, there we go. Fish dealt with. We can still have more people here. Cheese again. Can add one more cheese. But we should let some money accumulate. Doesn't quite reach there. We should change these around. You here, you there, you there. Now you can reach that, and that's enough cheese. What are these missing that they would like? They would like incense, mandala, bath, tapestry, meat or ale. I guess it's ale, so beer needs slightly nicer roads down to here. Check. And then we need more normal people, you say? We've already established that we can't have more normal people in our super dense normal people area. Because there's just not enough extra food. If we do anything else that needs, like, a little bit of every food, which is not acceptable. Can I shove some normal people in here? Like, I don't need 100 spare monks. Let's just say that I shoved a normal person in here. Would they survive? They would complain about no food that they like. But we could just give them a decoration and a gong. So... The trouble is the food just won't reach much further. No, I think we do a separate zone for another infusion of normal people. So, normal people zone here. Yeah, normal people zone here. That even works because we're not using this hay, and this hay could be bread. Oh god, no, it doesn't need to be super road. Normal road. Okay, we add in the bread. Okay, move Mr. Plow down to here, deal with those being under snowed. You can now feed this. This can have a tax office. The tax office slightly conflicts with everything else. Probably there. Then normal people. What else would they like? They would like gong, yak guardian, decoration, other food. Fish would work, and we do have spare fish. That's so close to being in range of the food. You know what? I'm okay with moving the food slightly over for that. Oh, but it's not enough. Well, we can add more fish in relatively easily. Seeing as we said we kind of give up on the dye house thing. It's too unpleasant to move those resources around. So instead, just a little bit of extra fish. Not in range. It is in range if we add in one bit of road there. There we go. You use fish, give fish him, fish check. And then either one mandala. Oh, honestly, the mandala is enough. So one mandala. No, that road needs to be there for the food. But it doesn't need to be on this side instead of a mandala, or could the mandala go there? There's pretty bloody good. Get some medium road along here. That doesn't need to be a road. Okay, boom, 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 boom. Not the two that aren't happy, unless we can fix them easily. I can't give them mandala easily. I'm not super willing... Well, actually, I could do a bit more food. We could give them honeybee. There's no reason to not give them honeybee. Kill off those three. One more honeybee. There. Add back in that house. You say no decoration, which we fix with a nice topiary. Or not. It's one square not far enough. Okay, we fix with a nice big topiary there. Alright, that does. We've got lots of spare workers again. In theory, we've got the wood. We just need to kick some of the monks out of the fancy monk zone. So that we can have an import center. And possibly move that wall one row back. No, there's no such thing. Fair enough. Wood, give, here, do. Check. Butter lamps is the next one. That doesn't need to be fancy road. Second import center. We need space for a third, which means you two must go as well. Okay, we need butter lamps and ornamental cedar. butter lamps should be produced here, right next to the existing kettles. Yep. How many? We need 18, you say? To make 18, we will need 6, which is an awkward amount, unfortunately. That means we need another little redistributor. These now feed the redistributor, and the redistributor feeds you. We also need slightly nicer road around here so that they can get to the redistributor. Available 0? Are we really using all 30? I would question whether we are actually using all 30. Yeah, no. There's plenty spare. Although it says available 0. Are we giving it to you guys and I don't realize? Yes, I'm giving it to you guys and I don't realize. But we can just make slightly more. So... up our imported by 2. Add in some normal road. You feed these two feed back there. Okay. Now this has 10. Ten is easily enough. You also feed this and this. Then we need 3 charcoal and 12 butter. There's no spare charcoal there. Each one needs 3, which is how much of an actual charcoalery? Perfect. Yoink. Just 1. How do I get you to get charcoal to this one? I guess the question is if we build another one... here... would it reach where I need? No, it would be off by 1. But what if we moved you to there? Then you could move to here. then you would reach. So you go there, you go here. Now the only thing we need is the butter. We have yak shortage again. I don't think there's anywhere that I'm not super... Well, actually, no. Here, we're not using this hay. So... I can get a road over to here. So 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2. Yak shortage dealt with. But we're going to need even more if we're going to do some butter, so consider whether it's worth a little redistributor man. Instead of feeding to these directly, you go to here, you go to here, you go to here, you go to here. He now feeds this and this. These should swap sides. Need one more. Like that. You feed the new one. What's your issue? Is that for some reason 2 are feeding the wrong one. You feed that one. There we go. Even more yaks. Which gives us enough yaks to make the butter here. One, 2, 1, 2. It's overproducing the butter, but oh well. Oh no, that's actually... it's overproducing the milk. And then how do I get the finished lamps out? Also, that isn't enough lamps. Seriously? We need one more. Ay, ay, ay. I think the wood component's just going to have to move down here and be longer yeeted. But you now do this one. You... now do that one. We need a third wood. the final local eating center. You do that one, you do that one, you do that one, yes, you now instead push here, you now instead push here, and in fact that means we don't need so many because we could actually run one at full power. Okay, they both go to you. You send to here and here. And ideally one more, so... Why not there? What's wrong with that square? Is there a road in the way? Yes. Okay. That is those three dealt with. Except that we need one more butter, and then we need to get the resulting lamps out. Which is awkward. Very awkward. I mean, that fits. But do I even need that? Because this overproduces the butter. Technically, I can get away without another yak thing, actually. Yeah, I don't actually need you. If we use a local redistributor instead. So instead you go to here, that goes to here, that goes to here, you go to there. Now I need the third butter mixer. You also go to there. You go to there. Then we just need the kettles. And to get the resulting stuff out. So, escape. Local redistribution. You now feed this instead. It's getting close. If we can swap. I need this one to be in range, so I need to swap these two. There. Now you can feed that, and that, and that. And then after all that is done, you give any extra to there. Yes. And then all three of these give their resultant thing to that. We have successfully completed the butter lamp section of the mission. We need better road between here and there. We also need time to pass so that I make more money. We need slightly more real people and slightly more yak. So, where was our new bonus real people zone? here. Can we squeeze one more in? Yes, yes we can. No, no we can't. Actually, yes, yes we can. That goes here, and then that road goes like that. Done. Can we do the same thing there? Yes, we can. You go here. We can squeeze in one there. Except you claim you don't have access to the mandala, which is slightly true. So we give slightly fancier road between there and there. Good. Can I do something else instead of the bees? What if we turned the bees off out of interest? Then they're still happy enough, and that gives us some more space. So you know what? The bees go away. That's some more space for real people here. Crappy road there. 2 more sets of real people. Slightly nicer road there. I really thought that would get it the rest of the way to this house. There we go. Okay, that'll do. Let time pass. One more bad yak station. There. Our yak shortage is dealt with. Speed up time. Let money reaccrue. Move, Mr. Plow. Turn him off when he's not in use. Final step, ornamental cedar. Oh god, it needs tech that we don't have. Well, we turn this on. That would raise our tech, but it also means I need more monks. Even more monks. There's no space. I guess I haven't used this. That could be another monk zone like this. Can I get away with just raising some of that road? And then... Now you need more bees, but that's doable. We just move all of these up one. Okay, is that enough to run the other academy? And in fact, if we moved this here, that would also raise these guys' happiness. Doesn't conveniently fit. Yeah, this one is just so much wasted space because of the snowfall. And trying to guard against the snowfall. Look at all that space that should be... The trouble is, this is also the stuff that we're using to achieve the goal. It's the wood. Like, I could in theory lose one, maybe? But not really more than that. Maybe we just live with it, this gets snowed in. Turn it into bigger Monk Zone. How bad is it if we turn on the Academy? $20. 20 more monks. Which is... like 3 more houses in here. Probably actually can be done if I move that there. And just live with even more fancy road. There. Okay, tech goes up to tech level 8. Does this cause a cataclysmic evil because everyone suddenly demands more? No. We move Mr. Plow over to here. Come on, give me control back, game. We move Mr. Plow over to there. Do your job. We need some more yaks to power the Mr. Plow. No, we can't get more out of that one. Those are already optimal. This space is unused. Bridge. This would actually be best for food production of some sort, not cow. But I don't really need more grain production. I suppose if I moved this over to here, we could teleport the food across, and that would let me have more of these people here. That's probably people positive. Especially if I do the grain rather than moving the wheat. But then it means I also have to move the cow. Like, I have to move that and this to here. Oh, that doesn't need to be super road. Okay, yes, you're complaining about no food, which is valid. Instead, this food now goes to this teleport station. And then we need another teleport station to grab it out. Done. This can now be more housing. Even more bread, or do we start splitting this food 3 ways? We could easily add in some milk here. Even more yaks? Yes, we need more yaks. It's part of why we've moved this here, to make space to do some more yaks there. And in fact, the yaks kind of have to come first before the wheat. Oh, sorry, before the cheese over there. We will move you and you. Okay, we can fit in this and this, which then means 2 more here. These power... Why have I gotten something wrong here? You do the top, you do the bottom, you do the top, you do the bottom, you do that, you do that. And then these two do this one, which does there. Yak surplus restored. Yak surplus lets us do local cheese. They do love cheese. They double love cheese even. There we go. We could have even more people. These ones would like a gong or a summit temple or a yak guardian or a mandala. I'm not really willing to give another mandala. Maybe having these over this side instead is more sensible. But then you're slightly too far away. There. And that means that the space that can have people in range of the mandala is being used for that instead of being used for resourcing. Okay, that gives us a whole bunch of extra lowlanders to work with. Yaks restored, lowlanders restored, let time pass. Ornamental cedar. We have the tech this time. Oh, good lord. No, and it needs 2 of them. Can we just import it? Please say we can just import it. That would be lovely. Also, I didn't realize that having these running costs... Wow. I didn't realize it costs that much. Right? That's... like 100, 200 extra bucks just to be activating the winning condition when we're not fully activating it yet. Ornamental cedar. Where do we even have space to make it? And can we just import our answer instead? No. We can import ornaments, which are... a necessary component for this. That's gonna bankrupt me. I can't afford 12. How much is 12 of these? 12 times 36. So let's say that's 10 times 40. 400. And I need... how many of those? I need 2. Yeah, we can't really afford that. That needs 800 gold. And we've only got 700 coming in. I suppose I can technically save a little bit of money by not having as many yaks being produced over here. Right, I can turn that off. And that gets us up to 700. No, that person actually ruins the food. Also, the taxman needs slightly better roads. Actually, at that point, what is this road even doing? Nothing useful is the answer. Instead, have these move over. There. Now the taxman touches slightly more. There's a little bit of space there. There's a little bit of space there. There's 0 space here. 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 None there. None here. I don't think I have space to make this ornamental cedar. We'd need 2 of these. Yeah, I don't see the space. Maybe we live with having to Mr. Plow this to gain access. No, but that's producing our wood. I could do that here. We could live with this zone having to be... So, you and you, this is now space that we can use if we accept that we're Mr. Plowing in an emergency. We need... two of these. Each one of you needs one of these. And suddenly we need 800 million more monks. Technically, a bunch of this space is unused. A little bit there. I think we're going to have to move where we grab our wood from. This needs to move so that this can be more monks. So it's going to be down here? Technically, one of those wasn't needed. Is there space for a road between those? No. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's working. Now you no longer need that. This. That means that this set of walls can now expand out. Something like that. Okay. More monks can now fit here. We need slightly more food. And more bees. I only need a little bit of slightly fancier road to make that happen. Except that it needs to be from your side, or we could use that. Or I could just build a road in there, actually. That's better. It doesn't need to be the fancy road. Really? That should reach now. Okay, what about if I put you there? There we go. Tick, 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 tick. We need another taxman. You know what? This can be the road. Then that road doesn't actually need to exist. It can be the second taxman. One more egg, one more honey. Okay. Even more monks. Slightly nicer road there. Alright. Unpause. Let some more money flow in. Now we have this space and a little bit of space there to work with. And technically this space that we don't use. Alright. We need the ornaments to be moved over to here instead of living up there. We need a local redistributor for them. Then you give it to that and that. We would need 24. That's so much money! And then these need... 4 die. I don't think there is 4 die left. We're already crushing all the die and using it for other stuff. Here. Oh no, there's 4 surplus. I'm wrong. So if we built a teleporter... You would need to move, friend. You can live... For the sake of argument, we'll put you there for the moment. Which frees up space for a teleporter. You can yeet to the teleporter. The teleporter brings it to over here. But then we're super out of money. Partially because of no yak, which we then turn back on. Okay, no yak solved. Except that I need crushed thing, not rock. Honestly, it might just be easier to move the crushed stuff over here directly, rather than using a teleporter at this stage then. So one more crushinator. It's almost right. I think there we get you your extra herbs. Those merge. No. Normal road, not fancy road. Move to there. You go to there. You go to there. It's slightly too far away. We just live with like 3 tiles of fancier road. 4 tiles of fancier road. There we go. So that can now reach to you. You can reach to that. And then that now yeets to here. And here. Check. We need 8 cedar woods. One, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't need to be fancy road. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's gone wrong? Oh god, they're even less efficient than I thought here. No. No. Come up here. 1, 2. 3. 4. Crappy road. Another bridge. Up, down. That way it's not yeeting very far. One, 2, 3, 4. And then this can come down to here. And here. We need 6 more patricians. 6 more artisans. Done. We need a more yak. Done. You feed that one. You feed that one. We've got the ornamental cedar. We just need to get it to the exit. So one more teleport station. Here, here. And then we need to feed all three into the victory condition. Let time pass so that these defrost and we aren't paying their frosted penalty. Ornamental cedar, feed to you. Are we good enough? The Crushinator? The Crushinator. It crushes the crystals into fancy crystal powder. Speed up. Last one. Pause. We don't need this running. Is that enough money to pay for these? No. I need to find 140 bucks and 4 yaks. Although part of that might just be 4 yaks. If I can make 4 more yaks. Like there. Now I just need 80. Why also isn't that everything? That should be the wood as well at the moment. What's gone wrong with the wood? Not enough energy, says the wood one. Let's go check what's gone wrong. We moved it to here. Okay, they didn't reconnect. 3, 4, 5. No, that made things worse, not better. Worse, not better. Mm. 12 surplus. We could turn one of you off. That frees up some yaks, which means we can turn off some of the excess yak. Need 200 more bucks. Could we get away with not giving these guys their kettles? So say I didn't give you kettles. Oh, good lord, no, that's massively worse. You get to have your kettles. Come on, it's only 200 bucks. What can we do? Technically, 2 of these can turn off. That one made it worse. Good. I can't increase the number of people here, because it would mean more bread, fish, or cheese. I can't turn off the snow things. I've got a surplus of the tiniest bit of... Yeah, technically that saves $10 of wool. One of these can turn off. No, that's costs more than it saves. Technically replacing one of these herbalists with a redistribution center would save us $5 income? Yeah, technically. So we blow you up. We replace you with this. You now feed this. You now feed this. He feeds this, this, and this. We've saved a little bit more money. We still need to find 110. I can do more eggs here without too much trouble. Boom, more eggs. Another house could go there. Minus 90. It might be technically allowed for us to lose our tech temporarily. No. Well, this one can. So you, which means you don't need... this, or... No, there's got to be one other that feeds you. They come in pairs. Where's the other one? Where is the other one? That's the crushed rock. Am I particularly blind? No, I should be able to turn off one more of these. And yet then they say, you aren't happy with scholarship. But we could give you a praying place instead. Is that actually better or worse? No, it's better to just run them both. And it's better to run you as well, honestly. Still 96. Maybe I can just cheese in one more ice efficiency thing and further boost the money output of that. So... like there? That's probably the thing to do. I need one that I'm not using. Does it have to be fully on it, or can it be partially on it? It can be partially on it. Yeah, so we can add one more by doing this. And that means you also go here, and then at the other end, you now provide one more little efficiency boost thing to all of this. If we can find a way to squeeze it in, which is to say... that one comes here. This one comes here. We need to slightly increase the road between these two. Yes. And then one more ice efficiency thing, except this one gets fed via you. Gets fed via you. Which means you need slightly nicer road between you. Really? This should be boosting this even more. Look! 4! Working! Why you no boost this? These are actually producing more than they, or receiving more than they need. Because these three output more than, well, because they're under the influence of each other, they give each other, like this one boosts these two once it's set up. So maybe I just create a final extra big one. Maybe the issue is that you can't stack little and big bonuses. Which means we will need a U. That's costing so much suddenly because of yaks. What if we do a normal little one? Or we just go turn on 3 more yaks somewhere. There. And instead now, you output to here, he outputs to there. You output to here. It might be possible to get that to work with a longer bonus road. Alas, no. So, you are going to have to move. And then these two and this are going to have to swap places. So you temporarily live somewhere else. You two move up to the top. You can come back. You can now do there. This does all 4. You do here. But you say you aren't getting this anymore. Why? Because you think you aren't getting incense. No. What has broken? Now you realize you've got 6. Something is going wrong with your incense. So, let's go look at our incense. Is it that incense production isn't correct? That's fine. There's some over here. This. That got deassembled? Yeah, this got deassembled. So we could move that over there. But there's not really space up here. The most reasonable place would be like there. And then bringing it up there. That doesn't need to be fancy road game. No, can we... Where's our autosave? Is our autosave before the collapse of that 900 bucks? No. Is there an earlier one that is? There? Yes. Okay. You know what? Let's also make a real save. Let's see if we can fix this. Yeah, all three of these are receiving too much. So the only thing that we should need to do is to shove one more of these down here. But it's broken this. Something about turning those on breaks this. Because this works in the load. Right, this is getting all its incense. So something weird is happening when it tries to recalculate these. Yeah, even just plopping that down has killed this. This is no longer producing excess. But we should be able to get it up to 3. Even if it means building stupidly fancy roads there. Instead you give it to this, it gives it to you. You give it to this, this gives it to you and you. This should be doing 12 again. 18, and it doesn't. It's only doing 12 even though 3 of these are active. There, you trick it by doing that. Yes, you trick it by toggling which one is active so that they both count as active for a second. And whilst they're active, it increases the efficiency of this to feed back into its own loop. That's silly, but that looks like that's how that works. But it hasn't actually increased the efficiency of these by any more. So although a neat little trick, and something to know about how to manipulate that, unhelpful. Unless the issue is that the yak missing is what's doing it. It might be. Let's try filling in those yaks. Yeah. This is not doing anything even when it's on. This isn't actually boosting production efficiency even further. So maybe there's a limit? Maybe you can only do it 3 times? In which case, what we should probably do is use this magic ice elsewhere to boost something else. Like if I boosted... If I boosted this, I wouldn't need 2. And if I don't need 2, I don't need to import 24 of these, right? Maybe. Yeah, which means I don't need you. Which means I don't need you. And it means we don't need 12 of these. Victory! We did it! We raised the Summit Temple! Oh yes, what a glorious feat. I think using so much of our revenue for it was a mistake. I agree. I agree. It would have been so much easier if we didn't need to have positive money. Use your head, all the money in the world won't protect you from the mist. Maybe, but at least I'd die happy. Stop grumbling. No dying today, only celebrating. Complete the scenario on Snow Fury Summit. Achievement unlocked. Alright, that is a rough one. That is a rough one. So there should be some things that maybe change there. I don't see why there's a limit to how many of the ice ultra efficiency things you can stack. And it is a little bit weird when you start doing feedback loops between the ice ultra efficiency things. And that, like, toggling which one is currently getting the resource allows you to trigger further feedback loop gain. So that probably needs to be fixed, but otherwise that's definitely a nice map in terms of forcing you to use the new teleport tunnel mechanic. It definitely does that, even if it's a little bit overtuned elsewhere and they need to tighten up the previous new mechanic that they used, the ice efficiency boosters. Alright. Cheers-o! I hope you enjoyed the map. I did. Sadly, that probably means there's no more Laysara for us to play until actual release, but then we'll have the campaign, and hopefully the campaign's got enough length to it to be interesting, so look forward to that too. For now, peace. Those of you here live... Cal is up and around. Boop. We'll throw you to Cal. So yeah. See you again. I had a nice time with this tough little puzzle. We got there eventually.